Good evening, fellow Zimbabweans. This is Blessed Lunas Geza, Comrade Bombshell. We demonstrated to the Mnangagwa regime that enough is enough. The message was clear and has reached home. We know the reason why we put this shutdown is to make sure that Mnangagwa is put out of power. He is now mentally unfit to govern the country. He is also presiding over monumental corruption. This has destroyed the delivery of social services in the country. Indeed, the message has been driven home to all stakeholders, including the progressive security forces. And let me assure you, action is being taken. Something is being done right now to ensure that Mnangagwa goes. Things are happening as we speak. As a way forward, we continue with our shutdown. We can all agree that emotionally we are all on shutdown. Ne cooperation yavakaita shutdown yedu kana kuti stay away yedu yakabudirira zvikuru. Vamwe mungaona kuti isina kubudirira, but mumaziso edu takaona kuti yakabudirira. Yakatumira signal kuna Mnangagwa nezviganamba kuti mhuri yeZimbabwe yanetsa, haichadi nezvako, yakuda kuti uchisiya chigaro. Makaona kuti pakaitwa chitsotsi kuda vamweni hamuna kuchiona chekuti Mnangagwa nezvigaramba zvake vakatanga setsika yavo kutumira mabhazi kunzvimbo dzekure kure, kunana Muzarabani, kunana Chiredzi, navo madhistrict akasiyana siyana, kuti vazadze vanhu vaingofamba mumatauni. Zviite kunge matauni akazara, apa vachida kuti varasise vanhu, kuti vanhu vafunge kuti shutdown yatanga takasheedzera haina kubudirira. Asi chitotsi ichocho takachibata. Maitiro amakaita akaita kuti ruzhinji rwevanhu, including our progressive security forces, vaone kuti jokwadi mhuri yeZimbabwe inoda need yeagenda system. And as a result, tinoshanda pamwe chete, haihani manyepo. Pane zviri kutoitika izvezvi mukutaura kwatiri kuita mari dzavo tichavaona. Vana Mnangagwa vari kuenda manje manje, zvigananda zviri kusungwa manje manje. Toda kuti mhuri yeZimbabwe rambai muri patient, rambai makabatana. Kusedzera kwatakaita shutdown, hatina kumbotaura nyaya yeviolence. Saka vana Mnangagwa vakatuma vanhu vavo kuti vaite maacts eviolence, zviite kunge tisu kana kuti ndimwi muri kuita violence. Isu hatina kushedzera nyaya dzeviolence and imwe hamuna kumboita nyaya dzeviolence. Tinonzwa vana Chipaya, vana Ngarubvume vari kupiwa mhosva dzokuti vaipesedzera vanhu kuti vaitwe violence. Isu hatina kana kumbotaura navo vana Ngarubvume kana vana Chibaya panyaya yekuronga shutdown. Saka ndoshaya kuti vari kuzviwana kupi izvi mhuri yeZimbabwe kwatabva ndokure. Taakusvika kumagumo. Mnangagwa nezvigananda zvake tenge tapedza navo nenguva pfupi iri kutevera. Saka rambai makashinga mhuri yeZimbabwe semashingiro amanga makangoita. Saka rambai muri pashutdown emotionally, physically. Tinoziva upenyu hwakaoma, munopona nekungwagwa ngwagwa, but psychologically zivai kuti muri pashutdown. Rambai makashinga, rambai makabatana. Ndicharamba ndichidzoka kwamuri ndichikuratidzai kubiwa kuri kuitwa mari yenyu nezvigananda nana Emerson. Ndichadzoka kuti kwamuri mhuri yeZimbabwe ndichikupai update maererano nemafambiro ari kuita shutdown yedu. Mhuri yeZimbabwe, I thank you very much. May God bless you. May God bless Zimbabwe.
From good morning from Australia, good morning from New Zealand and Japan. I don't know which part of the world you are, folks. This is Comrade Blessed Geza speaking tonight, making an update, a national update, as you can see. And yeah, this is his latest update. To those who support him, to those who don't also, this is your update. By the way, this is it's a national thing, right? Everyone, even those who don't support Blessed Geza, I want to know what is Geza saying, correct, Ulu?
Yeah, very, very much correct. And let me also greet fellow Zimbabweans. Welcome to the space, Zimai space, and thank you for joining me and for joining Zimai. Hot Seat is also with us. Simba, if you can do the
absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
The right thing. So Hot Seat can be able to come up.
Absolutely.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. The discussion, this, of course, is about our people. It is about our country, Zimbabwe, and born out of the liberation struggle in 1980, and many of our veterans for that freedom. They fought for freedom so that Zimbabwe can be a free, independent, and prosperous nation. We thank our forebearers, those even who fought in the first Chimurenga. We remember those who died at Nyanzonya, as well as those who died at Chimoyo, and those who are buried in unmarked graves all over, fighting for the liberation of this beautiful country. Our country is blessed with minerals, blessed with human resources and many other, resources that you can name. We are the only African country with lithium. And if we are united, fellow Zimbabweans, we can do better. So, Zimai, Comrade Geza has just spoken. And one of the takeaways there that you can get is the fact that Comrade Geza is appealing to everybody to be peaceful. He's appealing to everybody not to be violent, not to, to break the laws, because, we need to be law-abiding. This is our country. We need to respect the laws and express our dissatisfaction with what is happening in a peaceful way. I think that was a very important statement coming from war veteran Comrade Geza. So, hot seat, welcome also to the space, and the other speakers will be giving you the mic shortly. But Simba, I feel that it has been a very momentous day for Zimbabwe, and of course on the backdrop of what Comrade Geza has been speaking to the people before. What are your thoughts, Simba? Hearing him emphasizing the spirit of oneness, unity for the country, as well as peace for, and that people must be able to abide. By the laws of the country. What is your take, Simba?
I think I would summarize Blessed Geza's session tonight under the tags of assurance. He assured the people of Zimbabwe that something is being done, that of a certainty Emerson Mnangagwa is going to be removed. And I'm saying this, by the way, very carefully, just so that I don't breach the law, okay? But he did use those terms. And from what I understand, by the way, Hulu, so that we are in context there, it is legal, right? It is legal to remove a president. There's nothing illegal about removing a president. I guess maybe the argument is on how you remove a president, but the Constitution does provide multiple ways of removing a president legally. So I think there's that assurance part. He wanted to assure the Zimbabwean people that despite the delays, something is being done. Number two, he spoke about survival, that the people should continue in the shutdown and they should also hustle. That is what he said. I think there, Hulu, Geza tried his best to try and clear up on areas of I'll call them blurred lines. There's some statements that he made a few days ago that just caused a bit of confusion, and that definitely required him to explain himself, because a lot of people felt upset when he said that people should stay indoors and then they should go to the shops, and the shopkeepers should give them food, and the shopkeepers are going to be compensated for giving, for feeding how many millions, mate? About 10-11 million people who are local, and you haven't yet finished. You haven't yet finished compensating the war veterans, the Chimbwidos, right? Yeah. and the war collaborators. You haven't finished. Do you know what? You haven't finished compensating. You haven't finished compensating the villagers. By the way, we've got villagers in the country who lost in this war. By the way, who lost in the war, and they lost a lot of money. I remember one war veteran when I was interviewing him, and he said, I'll make the calculation. There are billions that Zimbabweans sacrifice, the villagers who may never get a penny. But there's a fourth category, Hulu. There's also the white Zimbabweans. They also suffered. Let's be honest, they were also fighters. They might have been on the other side of the war, but they were also fighting for the country. And they also need to be compensated. There are people who were killed, were white Zimbabweans before the war, even just after the war. There are people in Gukurahundi who were killed, but potentially way more people were killed during Gukurahundi than those who were killed in Chimurenga. I know that's an argument, an area of argument there. But if Geza starts talking about compensation, people will find it to be utter nonsense. And I think he needed to upend his wisdom there. And it looks like yeah, because compensation compensation and then at the end, you know what, how is the country going to survive after that? We cross over and everyone wants to be paid. In Indaga host our space. I hosted the space.
Difficult, Simba. Difficult, Simba. Yeah, thank you very much, Simba. And again, let me thank everybody that has just joined us and on ZMI Space. And thank you again for joining ZMI and for following ZMI. Thank you also for joining me, Hulu at Pachiso Live. And we have got, of course, the beautiful Hot Seat is here with us. And our speakers are also here with us. And we are going to be giving them an opportunity shortly. So Hot Seat, you have listened to Comrade Geza. And his statement, of course, is about abiding with peace, respecting the laws, uniting the country. What is your take before we go to the speakers?
Thank you so much, Hulu. Thank you so much, Simba. It was very interesting listening to it. It was very short, precise, but I was just wondering if I see his viewership have gone down. From the beginning, it was 25,000 on his specific channel, and then the others that were there. So I'm just wondering the feeling of people are now feeling like lethargic, like are they tired of hearing it? Or are they wanting a different strategy? I would be so curious to hear what people here on the floor were feeling, hearing him speak. Do they still have the same passion they had? Or is it now just, we're just tuning in, watching a content creator? So I'd really be so curious to hear where people stand as of now. Thank you, Hulu. So I think we're going to
do Hot Seat. Thank you for that, Hot Seat. I hear you. No doubt about it. Remember, Comrade Geza initially, was encouraging people to go onto the streets and literally almost like to overthrow the government of President Idi Mnangagwa. And our people need to understand that President Idi Mnangagwa came to power after President Mugabe, was removed from office in 2017 through a coup that is not a coup. And we know also at the National Sports Stadium, President Idi Mnangagwa at his inauguration promised that there was a need for Zimbabwe to develop economically. We have seen some infrastructural projects during the time of President Idi Mnangagwa, including, of course, the Bay Bridge to Harare Highway, and also now the Trabablas making some progress, and some other roads in terms of infrastructure projects, things that we have not seen during the time of President Mugabe. But others have said that the president himself continues to be responsible for what was happening even during the time of President Mugabe. When the president spoke, I think many people heard the speech of the president at some point, saying that he was singularly responsible for putting up the structures of ZANU-PF, and therefore he is very much in charge and very much aware of what is going on in the country. And we want also to welcome from Washington, D.C. In the space, Sister Comfort Dondo has just joined us. Simba, please bring her up to the speaker podium. Thank you very much, Sister Comfort Dondo, for coming up. So, Hot Seat, we are going to go to the speakers now, so we can hear what people think about the submission of Comrade Geza now. And it is, of course, a very good observation, Hot Seat, the fact that it seems like the numbers are dwindling. Watching Comrade Geza, but what does he represent today? What does it mean? Him giving a statement today at 8:30. And by the way, he gives the statements at 8:30. It is also something to ponder on. Mimi, welcome to the space. We start with you, and shortly I'll be handing over to Hot Seat so she can be able to run the speakers. And so Mimi, welcome to the space. How are you? You have heard from Comrade Geza. What is your take on that? Please go ahead. Welcome to ZMI.
Yebo Hulu, good evening Zimbabwe. I'm Achono. I hope you get kahle. Hulu, Geza started okay when it all started. I think people were resonating with his message. But however, I think his PR is bad, man. People are no longer, they are starting to doubt into Yake. Because now it seems what people want is they want a social contract with Geza. Geza will remove these guys who is coming in. Yena is not clear about that. You get it? And the other thing, he keeps on saying into Yake, it's succeeding, but we are not seeing any action. So at the end of the day, I believe that even in the dwindling numbers of the viewers, where people are starting to doubt into that case. Yeah, that's what I have to say. We need a social contract. If his people are here, can they tell him that people need a two-way communication process? He needs to come to the people, tell them, guys, this is what we want to do, this, and that. But however, we have to be guessing. But okay, so the next step will be this is the person who will replace this one, and so and so. Ngiyabonga Hulu. Thank you very much.
Ngiyabonga Mimi, ngiyabonga kakhulu, and ulale kahle ne. We hear what Mimi has said now, and Sister Comfordondo is with us. Mdara is also with us. Mambo is there, the legend, as Tole Troy Musamba, as well as Dinzwe. We are going to be with you shortly. Those who are requesting, we are going to be bringing you up shortly. And as I'm just holding up here, before I hand over to hot seat, Sister Comfordondo has just joined us. So, Sister Comfordondo, you have been listening also to the speech of Comrade Geza. I know you have been helping a lot of Zimbabweans and helping a lot of vulnerable women, to empower them. Who can forget? That the surgery, the story of that surgery for the lady that was bent, the face was barely recognizable in Zimbabwe, and you had to fly the lady all the way to Washington, where you are, so that you can be able to assist her with the surgery. We want to appreciate you so much for the work you are doing for our country. So, Sister War Veteran Geza has been speaking today. What is the significance of the speech? And the main takeaways, of course, asking everybody to abide by the law, to have the spirit of oneness as Zimbabwe, and also respecting, the dignity of the people, and saying that, the shutdown continues. Success in building, in bringing about as Zimbabwe that people are looking forward to is shortly going to be realized. But then others are thinking that perhaps some of the we can say some of the support of Comrade Geza seems to be starting to dwindle a little bit. I do not know from where you are sitting. What is your take you have heard from Comrade Geza? Go ahead, Sister Comfordondo.
Thank you so much, Mkoma Hulu. I thank you. I really appreciate it. Greetings, everybody. I'm just disclaimer. I'm en route. I'm about to board on a flight. But I think the significance of Comrade Geza, you can see it, because normally when I'm on these kind of trips, I check out. But because I am expecting, as a Zimbabwean, I'm expecting to hear from Comrade Geza. I think my brother Chikanza mentioned reassuring, the word reassurance. And so for me, from where I stand, that is what I'm holding on to hope. I'm holding on to hope with that. And I think him coming and addressing us, people have been complaining about the silence. I think we see that he's really checking in as promised. He's checking in. So we just wait in hope. My comment is, thank you, Mkoma Hulu, for bringing up issues like our sister Primrose, among other things. We just delivered some books, about over 365 boxes of books to Zimbabwe. And to tell you, my brother, just to tell you how our country is not working, we had to pay so much more money for those books to just be taken off the dock. Every part of our nation is so corrupt. And it's so sad that these are donations that are supposed to go to our children, my villages. But we still had a lot of resistance to getting those things there. So for me, Comrade Geza poses as a potential a space for hope. I think that's what I'm looking at him as a non-partisan place. And I'll end my contribution with saying that I've been talking to a lot of people on the ground, and one of the last comments I spoke with a young person, and they expressed to me, they were analyzing, right? They were analyzing how Comrade Geza should have done this, he should do that, he should do that. And I think for me, my response to her was, in a revolution, there's no methodologies that are perfect. In a revolution, it's never going to be perfect. And if we look at the history of any people who have led revolutions, most of them didn't make it alive. Most of them, their families were impacted. It's a messy situation. And I will remind Zimbabweans, Comrade Geza has asked for 48 hours of our time. We have lost 45 years plus of our time. So I think my message to Zimbabweans is, let's be patient, let's be open-minded. What is the solution? I would like to have people who have that solution for me. I think Comrade Geza is the first person who's been able to do this and remained alive to come back to us to report back. And so let's just be open-minded. And it's also the over-analysis, my PhD, because the revolution, I don't know. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. I'll be here listening until I board my flight.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sister Comfort Dondo. Dara, welcome to the space. When President E.D. Mnangagwa, was inaugurated at the National Sports Stadium, speaking to Zimbabweans, President E.D. Mnangagwa promised jobs, 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 jobs. President E.D. Mnangagwa also promised that corruption is going to be dealt with during the time of the Second Republic. He promised that everybody is a Zimbabwean who is equal to anybody. And today, many are saying that our economy and our political and social system in Zimbabwe has become one that only looks after the elite, just a few people, while the majority of the people are not being listened to. And Comrade Geza speaking, ever since he started, it appears as if the message has always been identifying the challenges that the Second Republic has been facing ever since the replacement of President Robert Mugabe. From where you are sitting, Mudara, and you being a Zimbabwean who loves his country, what is your take when it comes to the issues of the promises of President E.D. Mnangagwa in 2018 and what has been delivered so far as we are in 2025? Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Hulu. Thank you very much, Simba. Thank you very much, Zimai. I really take my hat off for Comrade Geza. He's done what Zimbabwe has never done since independence. We really salute, we appreciate his effort, but it takes everybody to make a whole number. It takes you and me to make a whole number. The Second Republic had so much goodwill. The Second Republic came in with promises that it has not managed to meet. Jobs, 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 jobs. Now we know it's job losses, job losses, job losses. You will know around the world that we are where we are, you are where you are, because the economics were not balancing in Zimbabwe. The economy drives politics. A strong economy drives politics. A strong economy drives business. It drives a country. Here's our dear leader, E.D. Touch or whatever, done that. He hasn't. There has been a creation of some informal sector, which has been joined by the Chinese. And Comrade Geza, because this is in response to what Geza has done, Comrade Geza has done a tremendous job, to say the least. He has exposed what matters most to each and every Zimbabwean. I'm glad the other lady said that it is not time to talk about. The Mavimas and the like. The economy is in a mess. This Zimbabwean economy is very resilient. It survived sanctions. real or fixed, it survived. What the Second Republic was supposed to do, which they didn't do, was to close all open pockets. If they had done that, everyone would be actually yelling for 2030 or any other period. Because I've seen Jonathan Moore today trying to go back into statistics and other things, talking of Singapore, talking of China. Those are strong economies. Zimbabwe can be a strong economy, but it is being bled. And that is what Geza has introduced in this. Is that not motivation enough for us to go on the streets, to go on stay away? It is. What is Comrade Geza faulted? Nothing much from what I look at now. The guy is a legend. The guy has done a lot of good. He has listed all looters or Ugananda. He has listed them one by one and how much they have looted. You only need then to summarize or to take a total of the amounts that they've fleeced. Is that not motivation enough for Zimbabweans to stay away? Geza is telling you, this person, Tagure, Chival, this guy, that guy. That is enough motivation for every Zimbabwean to take what Geza is doing. Short speech, yes, that's very good. And I actually support it very much because he is coming to give feedback. And the issues that he's bringing are real issues, not issues from the books. Do we have money being stolen? Yes. How is it being stolen? Do we have our resources being exploited? How are they being exploited? Because it's happening and it's disadvantaging every Zimbabwean. So we need to take heed of what Geza is doing. What is his progress on the ground? Yeah, there is tremendous progress. The tremendous progress is that every plan by ZANU-PF has been scuppered. It has actually been thrown up in air by Geza. He needs our support. He needs the country support. We need to lend him support. Instead of us criticizing, let us lend support. Let's give support. I lend here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ndara. And we will still want to hear from you. You see, we have got some requests, but we'll keep you there so we can have a very balanced discussion because I like your submissions all the time. They're very loaded with a lot of content that I appreciate. And so, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are just joining us again, thank you for joining Zimai and following Zimai. Thank you for joining me, Hulu at Pachiso Live, and Hot Seat is also with us, as you can see. And shortly, she will also be taking over from me and running the show. But then, currently in Zimbabwe, as Comrade Geza was speaking, the legend, you are next, who's going to be speaking right now. As Comrade Geza are speaking today, we are having the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair happening in Bulawayo, and the president of Mozambique, being invited to be the guest of honor. And recently we heard from the newly elected president of Botswana stating that, any leader that desires to run, to be in office for more than 10 years as a president is a failure. And yet in our country, we have many, like Muda Nue, the minister for the Midlands. We have got, Honorable Daniel Garwe, calling for the president to continue up until 2030. I'll, of course, be going also to my host, Zimai, Simba Skanza, so I can also hear his analysis on that. But take note, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are coming to speak, that the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair is happening in Bulawayo. And as the Vice President Chiwenga was about to speak, the lights went off. And of course, Geza gave an apology. But what is your take with all these developing story from our country, Zimbabwe? Okay, the legend. So you had also the speech from Comrade Geza, but we also understand what is going on in Zimbabwe, the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair, and the lights that went off as the VP was about to speak. And we know Comrade Geza has been talking about the VP taking over. What is your take? Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for affording me this space to share my thoughts. I think Mr. Geza, or Blessed Geza, as it is, to me, he remains one of the iconic people to realize that they were actually entrenched in a very bad system, and apologize and try to strategize, and he is still strategizing with whoever is strategizing with. I would appreciate if we can have a communication link to Blessed Geza, if he's listening, that the citizens of Zimbabwe would want to know what we get or what they intend to do when we join them, if it happens that we're going to go on a full-scale noisy revolution, if you like, to get these Ugandans out of our space. We need a binding social contract, which we control as citizens, because anything which is going to come without citizens, I don't think is going to work. All right? And anything which they think that is going to work without a general consensus of the public who are actually suffering. I'm talking of the people who cannot afford even a plane ticket to go anywhere else, right, to learn from these things. If those people cannot be allowed or afforded the ability to contribute to this revolution, they really need to rethink their strategy. Point number two, by and large, Mr. Geza has done exceedingly well. He has managed to kufumura gure ZANU-PF. If you look at things at the minute, no one is very stable in Zimbabwe. And no one is stable because of Geza. Because Geza is just spewing up the beans. This is what's happening in Zimbabwe. This is what is happening. Why? In the party terms of Mnangagwa, he has reneged on everything he promised. And then, if you remember back then, he is the one who started with the black market Yemari. If people can argue with me on this, is variable anyway. I can only speak what I know. You want to black market Yemari, and Kuskama Bexa collapse, Mazwachiwa. And you remember Gono was saying that the elephant in the room, he didn't want to mention names because he deals with the guys who were involved. Now they are in charge. And those are the guys who came up with the black market. And this is why you see our banking system, it's hard to determine anything. And you find that is because I come Dory, and for the lack of principle, you cannot say and because you understand? That's another subject anyway. But I just wanted you to see this. And then Zimbabwe and the National Trade Fair. And to me, it's just a red, it's just a red. There's nothing much really of substance coming out of it. Because Zimbabwe is not ready for business. Given the circumstances we have, corruption, rapid corruption, South Africa is reeling because of Zimbabwe. FBI is involved because of Zimbabwe. And if people ask how, money laundering is a very hot issue in London, New York, Joburg, Kuala Lumpur. Let's talk of other capital cities who are the big guys in money transfer and exchange and money dealership force and all the stuff. FBI is involved because of Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe has become a bad apple in the financial market. And today, Zimbabwe is a good trader internationally, unfortunately. So in a very bad situation. So what does this mean for all Zimbabweans? We need to come together. Zimbabwe is one of the most learned governments presided over by PhDs who are running a dead economy. You need to understand this, a dead economy run by PhDs. So they failed. We don't need degrees here. We need common sense to prevail to everybody that we are fighting to make our country better. Our country to have institutions which work for everyone for our own successes. This subject, it's a big subject. I wish I had all the time to say, but I'll just give it a summary of how I view things. I think Geza needs every one of us. I understand he's ZANU-PF, but there is no other person who has come up with a clear strategy because he takes phases. He's going because if you look at things, that people can be discouraged. This is not magical. He's fighting with a 45-year-old system, and as it overnight. We need to be supportive and to be very positive about this, but he needs to afford us a communication line. Mr. Zimai, please find Geza so we can talk to him as citizens. We want to be part of this thing. And we need a binding social contract with him. We thought that a weak thing, but
All right.
For now, he has done extremely well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the legend. Talking of Simba Shikanta, for those again who are here,
I was gonna ask the last speaker with the last
Simba,
speaker. Yeah, I was gonna ask the last
Simba,
speaker.
yeah.
Could I ask the last speaker to just repeat those words once again? Because I'm just going to quickly record just that short clip and send it to Geza Geza. Just say it
All
again,
right,
please.
the legend.
Just repeat.
Yes, I'm still here. Hi.
Yes.
If Mr. Geza can actually afford us a communication line or link, please, so he can be in touch with his citizens, because we need a social contract with us, so we can take it from here moving forward. Because once we get that assurance, I tell you, it's going to be a very massive, fast revolution to move all this mess. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, the legend.
Hello, Simba.
I just want to get a quick analysis from the host, Simba, and then after that, I would want you to take over and run the show. Right. So
Wonderful.
Simba,
Wonderful.
have you finished typing?
Yes. I think I'm. Yeah.
Right,
I think I'm. Yeah.
So look, Simba, former ZANU-PF member, Godfrey Terengam, was typing and writing on X, and was telling people that there was a fight at State House. I don't know whether he is now acting like Zimbabwe, but he said there was a fight at State House. As soon as the Vice President Chiwenga came back from Bulawayo, from the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair. But generally, Simba, your analysis when the lights went off, but Geza, of course, had to apologize. Can you read anything from that? Of course, we can always throw the hypothesis. There's nothing wrong with that, because this, of course, is about our people. This is about our country. And it's the reason why today we are talking about these issues. So, Simba, any takeaways when it comes to the lights going off at the Zimbabwe International Press?
Okay, so the issue of the lights going off at the Zimbabwe Trade Fair, that matter is quite topical. Mr. Yoni, can you please mute your microphone, because until we call you up to speak, can you please mute your microphone? Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. So the issue of the electricity going off at the trade fair is topical in the news right now, because our population is excited, or their emotions go up whenever they see anything that happens either upwards or downwards relating to any of these two leading political kingpins, Mnangagwa or Chiwenga. However, in as much as it is excitable, I have to state that from our journalists who were there at the ZANU-PF, there was nothing unusual with the cutting off of the electricity. It's not the first time that someone as senior or even higher than Chiwenga has had electricity cut off. We will remember the last time Mnangagwa himself was in parliament and electricity went off. So from our reading at present, electricity going off should not be an indicator outside of real substance or something having been communicated. It's not unusual to lose electricity. Remember, this is a country that has been robbed for more than 10 years of electricity tender money. We have one man who is a convicted fraudster who has received, in terms of paperwork tenders here, over 700 million US dollars worth of tender business. That is purely electricity supply business from the government, and which is by and large all money that is being chucked to him so he can he can do whatever he wants. So because of that, there's no service delivery, there's poor service delivery. And the electricity problems didn't start even with Wikno Chivayo. They started way back in the 2000s, just after the around the time of the land reform program going up. And that is when things just started going downward. And this was development that emerged from the time when the government took over the electricity supply function from the councils. At one time in the 70s, 80s, it was part of a council responsibility. So each council had that as part of its own functions to run the electricity, and things were very professional. But later on, government started nationalizing everything, centralizing all these services and turning them into parastatals that would then eventually be asset stripped and money chucked out and chucked to political loyals, people who are in the ZANU-PF party. And we will know about the Willowgate scandal that Jeff Nyaruta investigated in 1988-89, and going down ever since then. We've had a downward spiral. So for people to want to write home about electricity going off, when the last time it was Mnangagwa in parliament who had electricity going off on him, humiliated like that, there's no story there. There doesn't seem to be any story. But quickly, let me move straight into Tabo. When you come into the space, you will need to unmute your microphone, otherwise you may have to be removed, because that then just disturbs the flow. So when it comes to everything else, I've just heard about the violence that is said to have happened at State House. I haven't seen what Godfrey has written. Maybe you can send me a link. I'll try to poke into it. But I also heard something which was so informal, it was just random, that suggested that there were gunshots. State House. I don't know if anyone has heard that. Let me say that I do not have any briefing over what is supposed to have happened at State House. But I want to say that it's not the first time. Should there have been gunshots inside Mnangagwa's residence? In the 1980s, after independence, gunshots used to be heard inside Mnangagwa's own home, private home. And there were neighbors there. Some have even written it publicly, that they used to hear gunshots, and a lot of people ended up leaving the country. But there was a time when people remember 3 years ago, I had a conversation with Auxilia Mnangagwa, the First Lady, a developing breakthrough that I got disrupted by certain people, but it was quite successful for me to know what is happening inside there. Around that time, I was exposing Auxilia, the First Lady, for being violent on staff members inside state houses, so being physically violent. And from my reading, soon after that, it looks like my exposés ended up helping to de-escalate that violence. So if there's anything that has happened inside State House, it would not be the first time. When you read from Auxilia's face, when I'm talking with her and all the other people that I've exposed before, particularly were close to Mnangagwa, and if you people can go and watch that video of Auxilia, you can see that it seems too clear that it is not well with the First Lady. It's not well with the First Family. And especially now that it turns out that they are one way or the other behind the violence against Mary Chiwenga, that even resulted in a bombing on Constantino Chiwenga's wife's legs. And so you shouldn't be shocked if we have seen bombings happening on Constantino Chiwenga's wife's legs, right, in the public like that 6 years ago at White City. Today in 2025, it shouldn't surprise to hear that there's violence where these people are, especially in light of the kind of conversations that are ongoing at present with the Blessed Geza development, I wouldn't be shocked, and people shouldn't be shocked. People, keep your ears, keep your eyes open. And I would also urge people to analyze data at all costs. Record, type down, do that and analyze data. And lastly, also refrain and stay away from people who are just influencers on social media. They can make you to stop thinking, make you to push you away from getting to investigate for yourself and know what is happening, because there's going to need to be a lot of citizen-based research at present, Hulu. And I know this is your area, Hulu, you're an academic. People will need to be doing a lot of data collection analysis. You see, like a space like this, if I were you and you're listening, I would record this space, I would download it, I would put it into an audio, take it into text. There's some software that can actually transcribe everything, put it into text, analyze the data, and say, oh, so and so say this, and just do that structurally. We will find a lot, and this is the only way. When we're an army, I've put a logo there, I've called it an eye army. When we're an army of eyes, we will be able to understand a lot of things that are happening around our lives, and we should rather be the ones who are telling the story, not to be fed by someone else, particularly be fed by some social media person out there. You be the one who is actually reading from your well of knowledge, your database that you have collected of conversations, documents, and the like, and that is the only way we can revive the strength that our community holds. I think that's my analysis there. Shoot,
Thank you very much, Horst Zimai and Simba Chikanza. And for those who are just joining us now, again, this is of course Space. Thank you for joining and following Zimai, and joining and following me, Hulu Apathy Live. And Hot Seat is there with us. And Hot Seat, immediately after I read this, you will be, of course, in charge and running the show. Right. So this is what Dr. Walter Mzambi, former Minister of Tourism, had to say with regards to the developing story of Comrade Blessed Geza, Comrade Bombshell. He writes, the Gaza revolution is set up for plausible deniability, meaning there are opportunists waiting, meaning that there are opportunists waiting in its wings if it succeeds, and deny it should it fail. As it is not clear who the primary beneficiary is. Whoever it is has not owned the project. So you don't expect Zimbabweans to identify with it based on their past experiences. There is an element of sophistication in our people. They will not risk their lives for ghost and speculative leadership. While they admire Geza's bravery and identify with some of his exposés, they clearly know that he is not the primary beneficiary, neither are they. On the contrary, the 2030 agenda has clear beneficiaries, and the entire administration seeking to extend its tenure tends to benefit. It's not even about one person. So where it may be losing the game is on the packaging, why it wants to extend its stay. It has not succeeded in making the people the primary beneficiaries so far. So Hot Seat, this is what Dr. Walter Mzambi, the former Minister of Tourism, had to say with regards, to the developing story and the submissions of Comrade Blessed Geza. You stated earlier when you spoke that it appears as if there has been some sort of dwindling support for Comrade Geza. We do not know whether that is a reality, or perhaps it is because people are getting tired, or people are simply busy with something, and that is the reason why they will just follow afterwards. I'm not sure about that. So Hot Seat, welcome to the space. And for those who are here with us, Hot Seat is my fellow Zimbabwean. Welcome to the space, Hot Seat. Please take over and you can run the speakers. Thank you.
Angisi?
Yeah,
Are you there?
I'm there.
Elvis? All right, you may take the mic.
Yeah, we are indeed in a precarious situation as a nation and as a people. And as the Geza revolution continues to go and people continue to speak, understand the frustrations for many quarters, and I also understand the push that will come from Shikananda to consolidate power, because I am very sure that from these moments onwards, the rumors of a bill that has been prepared to extend the term might be on the cards. But whatever comes, as a people, we must understand. I think there is somebody, I think it's the legend, who was saying, can Geza provide a social contract to the people which will guarantee the people as to what benefits this stuff will bring about? I think it comes down to the question of the intent, because when we say certain persons in government, especially the president, when we say he must step down together with a coterie of ministers and so forth, the question that comes to people's minds is, then what will happen? What will be the replacement? Who will be the stakeholders? You see, it's like the question continues in the conscience of the people, because when people are asked to say stay away or demonstrate, they must stay away or demonstrate for something that is tangible, not necessarily to say we are fed up with this, because that is what happened in 2017. People were fed up with an individual. They chased out the individual and some few other individuals, only to have that individual replaced by a worse scenario. This is what comes to the minds of the people. People seek to avoid such a tendency. It's not like people do not want to stay away or do not want to do, but people want to take a sacrifice when there is something which is tangible, something that is clearly spelled out as to what will exactly happen in the ministries, in the government and so forth, what will happen in the economy and so forth, who will be running the Ministry of Finance. Because if we do not know, if we do not have a picture of key persons that we might be looking forward to, we will not have a picture exactly of what will this replacement, what will this removal bring about, because people do not want to repeat the same problem time and again, you see. So we do not want a scenario whereby we replace an individual with an
All right, I think I lost you there. We lost you there, Elvis. Oh, sorry, your network, it was cutting.
All right, a kind of blueprint, a kind of a guide that tells us the details of the revolution, to say this is what we are fighting for, this is what we will be achieving, these are the steps or phases that this whole thing will come about. Thank you.
Thank you, Elvis. I just want to ask you a question. So do you believe that basically Geza is talking, the communication is there, but he's still not saying what people want to hear?
My point is, the generality of what he's saying is what people want to hear in terms of saying the problem that we have. But in terms of offering the solution, because the solution is not merely removing certain individuals, the solution comes with a package of people or a package of plans to say what is going to happen. That is what I see missing. There is no detail, there is no information as to what is going to happen, who is going to be the leader. Are we going to have a kind of a GNU where we have a president and a prime minister? You see, people want to know who will be who. It's like who will be playing which role at the end of the day. That is something that people will say, we cannot have names being thrown about now because it puts people at risk. But at the end of the day, every revolution is about a risk. If we cannot have individuals being put to determine the way forward, then at the end of the day, the revolution becomes weak. And the common people on the streets, they find it difficult really to sustain it.
Okay, thank you for that, Elvis. Thank you very much. Tawanda, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Thank you so much for the opportunity. So I've got 2 points to contribute to the debate. And one of the points is the issue of discipline within the ZANU-PF itself. And where does it come from? It comes from leaders or MPs who are ex-military, like war veterans. Some of the war veterans are part of the MPs, as well as cabinet members who are coming from the military. So by having individuals like this, in itself, it causes like the chance of an impeachment to have a low probability, and also the chances of a revolt in a military structured organization are like really, really low. And to add to that, I'll also talk about the fear that the people have. So people in Zimbabwe have got fear of the reprieve that comes from security forces. That is why when there was a call for demonstrations, people didn't go to work or didn't go to town because they were afraid of the act that was done in 2018 on the 1st of August. And that, I take it as it's really bookish. That's how you take power for good. It is written in the Art of War, where the Sun Tzu shows how a general takes power by showing force. Like Sun Tzu, cut the head of the leader who could not give instructions to concubine. And by doing that, the concubines learned how to follow orders. So Zimbabweans were shown on the 1st of August, 2018, that, the leadership doesn't joke and they can shoot. So with this background, the people will not go into the streets if there are demonstrations. So if Blessed Geza had said there are violent demonstrations in the streets, let's go, people will just stay home. So, but if he says, it's peaceful, let's just stay home as a protest, no one listens to this. And as a landing point, I'll say in 2017, people also went into the streets because the military was in the streets. There were big guns in the streets, like assuring security forces were arrested, the riot police was closed in Chikurubi. CIO didn't have capacity to do anything, and at that point the people could demonstrate. So in this case, I think it's a no-brainer that much will not really out of this, because the people are afraid and they cannot do anything unless it's like civil war in itself. It's soldier against soldier. But to expect people to do much, I think nothing will really happen. I learned on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tawanda. So do you think now that Geza needs to change a strategy in terms of how for people to have confidence? Because we know Zimbabweans, to be honest, nobody is going to want to die for anyone. Everyone wants to live, right? Into the free land. So what do you think would strengthen what strategy would strengthen his position after what's been happening? Like, we really don't really know if there's a stay away, because sometimes some people are confused with, okay, you're saying it's a stay away, but Banwarum town, right? And then you're saying, okay, but you can keep hustling. So it's almost, some people are saying it's almost as if it's changing the tone as what people are doing, meaning there's actually no strategies, just go along. Or some people are saying it's counterintelligence. There's actually stuff going on the ground, and all this is just what's actually happening underground.
Are we still alive, or something's happened? Maybe it's my phone.
Can you guys not hear me?
We can hear you 10 over 10. Should I respond?
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yes, sorry. Somebody was just asking if yes, we're live. So maybe you can just drop and request again the person who can't hear me. Sorry, Tony.
What happened? Host and co-host, we can't hear you. I don't know whether my phone is gone or something is playing up.
Koji, we cannot hear Koji. I think we're gonna drop him and we'll bring him up.
All right, thanks, Hulu. Tawanda, you may go ahead. Kudzi, we're gonna have to drop you, then we'll bring you back again. Tawanda, you can take the mic.
Thank you. So for me, it's about understanding the demography and as well as the economic structures of the people. One, like our country has had like high unemployment, like 95%, like if formal employment is given. So most people have become entrepreneurs, and by being entrepreneurs, like they now own the means of production, and many people also own farms. You know, like people are doing a lot on their own. So for them to really stay away is difficult. That's one point. Number two, because they own means of production, they own buildings, they own, you know, cars. These people are really difficult to politically activate because they've got a lot to lose. They've got children in school. So they would want a transition which is smooth. So if power has to change, it has to simply assure that the Zimbabweans can continue to own their houses, they continue to drive their cars from Japan, and they continue to have the level of comfort that they already have. So if the Zimbabweans are thinking this way, they wouldn't want a revolution which will upset the little that they have. So if something is to come out, it's like it would be better if it's a negotiated settlement where the leaders find a partner, like a middle point. And the only reason I would think there would be a change is it's likely that in ZANU-PF, the people would like side with General Chiwenga. And why? Because time is now running out to make constitutional changes by 2028, like if we are to follow all the rules by the book. And if those don't come out, the person with future, or with a political future in ZANU-PF would be General Chiwenga. And by that, people will rally behind him because at least he can have 2 terms ahead of him, unlike the sitting president who only is left with a potential 3 years. So people go where the sun is rising and not where the sun is setting. So, and also the other interest that could be in ZANU-PF is to have a leader who can have time to galvanize support. Take a look at it like this. If, for example, the baton is passed on today to General Chiwenga, he will have 3 years to show what he can do. So by the time he gets into 2028, and if you face Nelson Chamisa, he will have a winning chance. But if the baton is passed to him in 2028, that would give him a difficult time. So there is a chance, I may be totally wrong, there is a chance that this could be all I can't pronounce the name, the word properly, but it could be an act to give street cred to the general. That by the time he takes the mantle, he is like really street credible and can win any election. Because before this, I think his winning chance against Nelson Chamisa were very, very low because of some controversies of the past through the marriages and other things. I rest my case.
Okay, thank you very much. We've just so let's see. We've got Howard Nyoni on the video, and I was wondering if he's been waiting for over an hour. I was wondering maybe we could give him also about 3 minutes to deliver. And he's the only person on video here.
Okay, thank you. Somebody may go ahead.
Okay. So, yeah, are you ready? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Simba.
Yes,
can you hear me?
So we're gonna bring you up. Hold on, sir. We'll put you on video. Do you want to come on video?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, so you can switch your video and then yeah. Okay, thank you. He just is listening and he comes up here. By the way, I go a very long way in my acquaintance with Howard Nyoni back in 2014. I think Howard Nyoni, people know him. He's quite a familiar voice many times, especially when dealing with prophets. He's a big critic of prophets. I I remember my first time when I met him. I used to follow I had a little bit of what you'd call respect for some prophets. Mr. Nyoni, please get ready. Let me know when
Okay,
you're ready, please. Just
I'm
go on.
ready.
Yeah, there's some noises coming there. Just go on video. Then
Okay. Okay. I might not be on video as my settings don't allow me that, but I can, as long as you can hear me and my voice, then let me
okay,
go for it.
perfect. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So as I was saying there, so I met Howard Nyoni in a court in 2014, a court session where a certain daddy character called Walter Masocha was on trial over pedophilia and over raping women using church, and eventually got convicted. And around that time, Howard Nyoni was one of the people who was assisting victims of sexual manipulation and violence from this daddy character. And if people Google Jean Gasho, Hopewell Chingono, back then, you will see what that case was about. It was about Walter Masocha, who was on trial at Falkirk, Scotland, over rape and was eventually convicted. But he was assisted by certain other daddy characters. You can read about it over there through interference, because those daddy characters started preying on the victims, claiming that they were journalists. They were after writing a story, but they were actually after distorting the entire case, which eventually happened. And sadly, that daddy character appealed and then won on technical grounds, but still was found guilty by his own church a few years later and fired from the church that he started. So my history with Howard Nyoni goes back then. So 11 years, he's been a contributor on Zima. He's a consistent analyst on religious news. And I'm sure you can see his YouTube videos. If you need to follow him on YouTube and the like, you see that he has clashed with a lot of prophets, from Andrew Taunashe to Talent Chiwenga, all of them literally one after the other. But anyway, how Mr. Nyoni, let us know what do you read over what is happening today. Blessed Geza has made this delivery. Do you think that there is hope, or Geza is just wasting the public's time and people should just dismiss him, as has been suggested in some quarters?
Okay. Firstly, I would just want to thank Comrade Geza for his effort, or his efforts. And then this takes me to what you have said, what I read about what he says, or what he has said tonight. Firstly, I think there is some contributor who has said that the energy Geza brought into this whole issue is lost. And I tend to disagree with that notion. Why? Geza doesn't need to change his strategy, in the sense that there is a responsibility collectively which must come from the Zimbabwean community, because Geza is openly played his part. So now for us to think that what we as a people must do is Geza's fault is very unfair. So what I'm saying is the energy has not been lost. It's us people of Zimbabwe who are apathetic. We are not taking our position. I heard some contributor saying his strategy is not very clear. And then on the other hand, some people say there must be a secrecy, because whenever he says something, the enemy prepares for him and then they counter-attack him. So now, surely, what do we expect Geza to do? One, if he opens up and tells us what to do, we don't do it. And then the strategy is in the open. And then if maybe they are playing something in secrecy, a secret veil, we say they are not talking, they are not communicating. So how do we expect to succeed? And how do we expect Geza to be a success? And then I heard a lady saying, Intoga Geza. Do you know what that means in Debele? Intoga Geza, or in Shona? Chinu cha Geza. What does that mean? So are we saying this thing belongs only to one person? Then that person must be the savior. No, this issue is everyone's issue. If the way Geza instructs us to say stay at home, assuming just an assumption, Geza comes and says every Zimbabwean tomorrow Friday, don't go out, and we do that for 2 days, what will happen? the world will see that something is happening in that nation. But Geza comes, issues a statement. He says, stay indoors. We don't obey. Geza comes, says, let's go for a match. We don't go. And then at the end, we say, Chirisha Geza ich, Ashisi Kushanda. So do we expect Geza to be the solution, or us, Zimbabweans, collectively? And then the other issue, which takes me to the issue of open strategy. We heard Geza speaking about the issue of impeachment. And then some people said, no, he shouldn't have announced that there is going to be an impeachment. And then assuming he had kept quiet, we were going to say, why are they quiet? Or why is Geza and his team quiet? So what do we expect Geza to do? That is my own analysis for now. And then I heard someone saying there was a shooting at Mnangagwa's, at State House, or that is Mnangagwa's house or whatever. Now in Zimbabwe, it's a fact that no one is safe. Mnangagwa himself and his family, they are not safe. General Chiwenga is not safe. The soldiers are not safe. The opposition is not safe. The MPs are not safe. The citizenry, we are not safe. Why? The monster which ZANU-PF created has everyone on toes. No one is safe in Zimbabwe. So I wouldn't be surprised that there were shootings. And then the last thing is, I don't know whether we should say Geza must continue communicating loud and clear, because as far as I am concerned, he has been very clear. It's up to us Zimbabweans to act. When Geza says stay at home, if we all stay at home, case closed, then something happens. That's my own contribution, Zimba. Hello. Hello.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Nyoni. Right, over to you, co-host. Maybe let's proceed. Thank you, Mr. Nyoni, for your delivery. We're just going to post the text here over what Mr. Nyoni has contributed. Over to you, co-host Hot Seat. Yeah, shoot. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Simba. We have Dinzwe. He's been waiting for a long time. Thank you so much for your patience. Dinzwe Mambo, are you there? Dinzwe Mambo. All right, no problem. Okay, can we have Malvin? Malvin? Okay, I'm not sure, I think. All right, Ben. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Hello?
Yes, you may go ahead.
All right. Yeah.
All right, your network is so bad. We really can't hear anything, unfortunately. Marvin, maybe try and drop and you can come back again. Can we have Ben Omoth? Is it Ben Omoth? Ben Omoth? You have your hand raised? All right, maybe there's network there. Can we have Evangelist?
Yeah. Yes,
all
how
right.
are you?
Fine, thank you. So you may take the mic.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I greet you all with Mkomachi Kanza and my brother Ulu then. Thank you so much. And all the speakers that you just spoken now. Okay, I think this issue of Ndara Geza, to call him that the fire is gone down, me, I don't agree with it. Why? Because the animal that he is fighting is different than the animal that fought in 2017. Mugabe was not ready to fight like Idi is doing in his crew. Idi has a lot of things that is on his side. There is money, there is a lot of manipulation. Like Mdaraka just said, we can blame the people that make people like my brother, Pastor Apostle Awadinyon was saying, that people are not listening. But we heard him addressing just an hour ago when he said the people that are being failed that way in Harare since from 22, 23, he was saying most of them, they were being buzzed as ZANU-PF's culture to come to Harare. And a lot of those, if you look at them closely, they were just loitering. They were not doing anything, but big shops were closed, did the banks and other things in Harare. That's where I dwell. So those people, if you look at them, it may be the truth. That people were buzzed if it is not propaganda from Geza's side again. So here it's not going to be fast like what happened in 2017. That like the way how Mugabe was removed. Mugabe, he was a devil, but a better devil than the one that is on throne now. Mugabe anga chineka amaka moyo kakani hana irova uchana. Shoma. So he was quickly to give in and to secure for his family and his close friends whom they were allowed to go out of the country, then he give up the power. But this one is that they are dealing with, there is a lot of deception in it. Look, we have got a general again among generals, which is this one from Blawa, VP, Vareloswand. One. We don't know where he stands. He's a brother to the president whom they want to remove. Sometimes blood is thicker than water.
Collectively, which must come from the Zimbabwean community.
About just to remove him alone, but there are consequences they need to answer for. There are generals which first Geza's address, if you listen carefully, Agataura accused Idina Namuda of killing the generals. You see, so that thing again is the crime. Whether it gives up now or try to do what they might not come after him, but they will come after the people who are close to him. Because God cracks again. So it's another resisting factor why it's not going to be easy. Another again angle that people need to look that this animal is different from the animal of 2017. We have got other countries. Look, last week, before I think it was M31, South African youth from ANC, they came, they give a solidarity support to people. And they spoke some of the things like they were supporting it. And we must know one thing. People who have got wisdom don't see the youth, but see beyond them. Those youth, as for me, I don't think they just came as youth of ANC in South Africa. They came on behalf of Ramaphosa. We know Ramaphosa is very loyal to Egypt because of their business deal. But Ramaphosa could not come clean because he is no longer running that country as a party, but it's like an inclusive government, a unity government. That is, they are running the country. So akabuda pachena makalas angapumeke maybe some of the co-hosting the party like the other DA and whatever, those who are part and parcel of his government, they will say something. So those youth, they were not just youth. It was Ramaphosa government. So that's another factor again. So these guys, Geza and team, they are finding it difficult to wear around. So why? So they must work with very, very intelligent and wisdom so that they can make it to win. Because like 2017, so good soldier, not tank panze, like what they did in 2017. You know, equip, and they can equip their area. So you know, when I invite one, and they're becoming like a terrorist. You see, the first problem that they did, Geza, they will claim I'm a bombing. They were supposed to deny it as they denied. The American deal and our they were supposed to deny it. We are not the ones. Don't even count us there. So that's another problem that they did now. So those guys outside the Saka are asking support from our southern countries. One day, support like Mozambique is divided. The president of Mozambique came today. Is gonna be the one who is like a guest of honor there. We know how he is there through walking through the blood of opposition for him to be there, and who was playing that role. That's president, the imposter president that we have in our country. So all those factors, people then put them into consideration. Could this one, it will take time to win, they will win. That's the truth. And then there are people, some of people, they are criticizing, maybe the strategy is not clear. They must come clearly so that they tell us who is going to take over. People don't need to see these things beyond. If you want to understand the politics of Zimbabwe, you don't have to scratch on top. You need to go deeper. Even when maybe let's say you're a believer spiritually, or even with wisdom to see this. I'm talking about. Okay, the deal of Kuenga is not going to run this thing alone. Chamisa is part of this thing. Look, let me give you some about 2 evidence that I can maybe show you that is part of it. Why am I saying so? Right now, there were bombing of those combis, those 2 bombs in Budiriro, and who were to be blamed? Chibaya and Ngarifune. But they were not parcel of them. Even Geza was saying they are not part and parcel. Yes, they are part of, but they never said the word. Why do they told them today? The government of India is telling to show us something. Then number 2, Geza revolution. Sorry, Chabang was part of taking CC from Chamisa and to turn our opposition into a second ZANU-PF thing. It was because ED knew the plan. Since from 2018, if you look carefully, Chiwenga and Chamisa, it seems like there were some deals that they were doing behind the scenes. And this deal is already maybe that was the planning. Plan B.
Sorry. While we're speaking, I'm going to ask you to maybe correct yourself there, please, for the sake of facts. I have met Amos Chibaya. And I think it will be unfair for you to suggest that there's a cause to blame him for the so-called bombings, because that might be reckless, because there are people who are listening in this space. I think you must have noticed that there were certain people who are even way more senior in the system whose Twitter accounts were here just a few minutes ago. And I think we need to be careful, don't you think, that we don't say things that appear as if we are endorsing your opinions, particularly when your opinions could easily get certain people into trouble. Do you understand what I mean? Because you seem to suggest I've met Chibaya myself, and I've been around with him for days, and I've not seen him in any way to be someone who would do such a stupid thing as burning a stick of matches on a car. Yeah,
Mr. Kanta, I think you misquoted me there. I never said Chibaya is part and parcel of that thing.
I hear you, but you seem to suggest that. You said
no,
that Chamisa.
I'm not suggesting anything. Listen to me. I'm trying to pick the picture of saying people they will come. I'm saying they rush to blame them. Because that is the intelligence, that there is something that is brewing beyond that we don't know.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Please go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I never said Chibaya is part and parcel of it. I'm trying to show the picture of everything that is there. Both there are people saying this party, this thing, they must say, tell us what will be the government be after this thing. Okay. So just in conclusion, maybe I was just to round up. So that's what I'm trying to speak. Some of the things that I'm trying to show you, that this thing, they must be known, but some people, they cannot come up close, as we were just saying. We know that in this group, there are a lot of people that are there. Sometimes we decide, some of them, they're not just here to listen, but they're here to pick out. Who maybe we're going to say things like maybe the way, as you are saying, my brother, I understand that. So I think that's what I can say for now. So some of the things that we cannot be told in a point blank, clear. So just people, they need just to observe and listen to what being told. Stay home, stay home. That's all. And we just need to listen to what they are telling us, to observe what is happening. Because in our country, we know everything. No one is safe, as my brother, Pastor Howard said. No one is safe. That's the truth. No one is safe at all. Even to speak here, my brother, does not mean that we are not. It's only the grace of God and that's boldness from the Holy Spirit. But everyone wants to speak, but people are afraid. You see, like the way you have interjected me saying, don't put Chibaya. I never said Chibaya was part of it. But I'm saying, look the way how they rush to blame them. So that one is the intel that these guys, they are trying to communicate to us something that maybe we are not aware of. And we know those guys.
Because myself, over the last 7 years, I have very clear, unimpeachable data to show that the people who are behind any sort of bombings, even imagined bombing, it's the government itself. is the government of Zimbabwe. And I've managed to prove this at court. Other people have done that at court inside Zimbabwe, during forums, during multiple investigations that go right up to the UN, that any sort of bombing in this country is done by the government to blame civilians. And so when people are talking, when people are playing out their poetry and their expressions on social media and the like, they run the risk of being manipulated by the government of Zimbabwe operatives in order for government players or state players or ZANU-PF players to achieve their end of blaming civilians. I think you remember when the first so-called bombings happened, we were here on Space, and I was quick to dismiss that. I said, this is utter nonsense. This is just not, it didn't even make sense. They were claiming, oh, so and so, Wicknell has been bombed, Tagwire has been bombed. What was that? That was just nonsense, because even if that was even to scare Wicknell, right, you wouldn't burn a car outside Wicknell's gate. You would at least drive the car inside, or maybe throw something, even a stick matches, right, inside Wicknell's yard, and then you could say Wicknell has been bombed. But it wasn't even that. I mean, I've got very clear, there's just too much there that has been adjudicated in the courts of Zimbabwe, in Kazi courts like Motlanthe Commission, and so many other investigations, that the only people who bomb anyone in Zimbabwe, they are government players. It's all a government game. I mean, look, even Chris Muchangwa has talked about it. Chris Muchangwa even said it on ZBC since 2017, that we will use the army, we'll use the violence in order to win the elections, in order to blame anyone who opposes Venevayo or the system. So it's too clear. And I've also said that people need to be very careful, even when they're on social media, what you say, what you do on social media, what you throw on social media, that you don't get trapped by these government players, because that is their game. Their game is it's a blame game. And they've been very good at it since Gukura Undi. So anyway, I'm done.
Simba, sorry. This morning, with the cars that burnt down, there's a channel, Yanyoka Yamabunu. And basically, he was credit for that. Kuti wanna, because remember 2 days ago, Geza said, don't be involved, don't be caught in crossfire, right? Stay away so that you amukwari. And so basically, and then it happened today. So he was basically saying, we told you, So basically, Geza's camp is taking credit for it, not Geza himself, but I'm just saying, the people who are basically acting as if they're tagging behind him.
Was that today?
In his channel, yes, he's got a channel called WhatsApp.
Okay, right. So Nyoka Imabunu is anyone. It's just a tag. Okay. By the way, I'm also called Nyoka Imabunu. Do you remember? I mean, when I had a conversation with when I played on Singes Ochavangu 2 years ago, when I ran his operations, posing as Scott Sakupanya's secretary, I was also called Nyoka Mabunu. I was Comrade Mabunu. I don't know if you remember that. I was actually live when I eventually exposed him, and he had to use lawyers and the like. I mean, it's just a tag. It's like saying Baba Jukwa. It's like saying, it's like sometimes even what people say Zimai. Zimai is just, yes, we know there's Zimai, the news network. People can just say, it's me. So if that is the case, I mean, I'll be curious to see what that is. But I want to say that the Geza does not have a spokesman. I mean, if anyone would think that Nyoka Mabuni is related to Geza in any way whatsoever, I mean, you need to have your head examined. I'm telling you, because the Geza is well known who he is. The people who have been associated with Geza are known. They're not fake people. They're not social media or Twitter or, WhatsApp people. They are people who you can see physically. You can even go Pavanogara. So if you're going to be looking for some fictitious character called Nyoka Mabunu, thinking that he's associated with Geza, I think that is just... But I'm not aware of that in any way. connecting, and it's too clear. It's not connected to Geza at all.
Okay, very interesting. So, which makes me wonder. So, what is his intention? That channel Mabunu. But anyways, let's try and
it's
hear
not.
from other
It's just a fictitious name that people just use. You know, whenever they will say Mabunu, it's a liberation thing. They would call it Hulu. You folks, you are PKs. You know what whenever they would say Mabunu, what would they mean, by the way? Back in the war, right?
Basically, it is referring to the opponent.
Yes.
You know, referring to the opponent, the one that is colonized us, and the one that has taken our land and taken our ability to have one.
But that title was used a lot. There were a lot of people called Mabunus during the war, right? Who had these nom de guerres called calling themselves Mabunu, Mabunu, isn't it? Chekai Mabunu or something, or Urai Mabunu.
Yes, that's the colonizer. That's the colonizer. That's the name of the colonizer.
Right.
The farmer.
The
white farmer.
I see.
Yeah.
Where the gentleman who was just logged off, Energy Power, he's just disappeared. I was hoping we could hear from him. Oh, we talked too much. He's an important contributor. I don't know why he's disappeared. Could someone bring electricity energy? I hope he comes back.
All right. What's it?
All right, no problem. Can we have Dinzweo Mambo? Are you back? Dinzweo Mambo. All right. Kudzi Wells, is your phone now working? Bumblebee? All right, Bossalani, you may take the mic.
Oh, hi. Thank you, Hot Seat. Hi, Hulu. Hi, Simba. Thank you for the space. Yeah, anxiety, mentally, psychologically on shutdown. Now, that is something that I could understand because obviously Zimbabweans, we feel different ways about how our country is, things that are happening in our country. Of course, we want our country to thrive. So I can understand where he was saying the mental and psychological type of shutdown. It could be a shutdown in people who've decided to not even get involved in politics anymore because they feel that the political arena is so toxic. It could be the shutdown where people engage in corrupt activities because they feel there's no other way. That's the only way to survive. It can be a shutdown in any shape or form. Mentally, I'm talking about here, and the psychological aspect. But Comrade Geza, pavanondiruza and the payapa pekuzoti physically tripa shutdown. I don't agree with that because that's not what we're seeing. The shutdown that he called for was a stay away where people don't go to work, where people are not opening their shops, where cars are not being driven in the roads, and all that, right? That's what he was calling. That's what he's calling. He was definitely calling a stay away, right? The shutdown, and it didn't happen that way. He's talking about day 3. Day 1. Did the day 1 yekuti vanhu vagare kumba vasavhure mashopo vasaite anything vapiwe free food, did that actually happen? Yakambotanga ere? I don't agree. It's actually, when he's talking about the president is mentally unfit, I'm starting to feel like he's the one who's mentally unfit. And I also feel elderly abuse with whoever's pulling his strings, because are 2 different things. You even have to ask about the international community. How are they reporting on this thing? Because whether something is working or something is not, or whether it's a laughing stock. We also have to think about that. When the March 31st was happening, we saw the amount of reports that were coming through, even internationally. This is what's being called for in Zimbabwe, but that flopped. Right now, shut down. What are they reporting? I'd really like to know, Simba. I know Dimivano Atreve Media. I think you should also tell us about what are the Al Jazeera saying, what are the CNN, what are the BBC, what are the what? How are they reporting this thing? Do they see it as a success the way Geza is seeing it? Kana kuti vari kutoona kuti patone kusakwana kana kuti kutorwara kuri kuitika. And chinondirwadza in saying this is because I respect my elderly. I respect someone who fought to liberate our country. But don't take advantage of us just because we respect the contribution that you played when you liberated us from our colonizers. That is something that we need people to understand, Kuti. That doesn't give you a free card for you to do whatever you want with us or to use us. You shouldn't do that, and you shouldn't think that. We have now a situation whereby he started saying things like, be careful, you'll be caught in a crossfire. Now, when the moment someone starts talking to like that language, they no longer care about us. Because his whole speech is about the people are suffering. So if you're saying, be careful that you're not caught in a crossfire, it looks like you are saying basically, Kuti, you're okay with us suffering. And I've got a problem with that. Right now, blessed Mhlanga is still incarcerated. Akati promise watacha budiswa achiriko 100 and whatever vakasungwa vakanzi vachabudiswa vachiriko. Is he not thinking about their suffering? Now, if he cannot also release those people from prison, what good is he to me? How good is he to me? I don't see where he is alleviating our suffering. I actually see him as causing burden. And I'll talk, as I'm landing, I'm going to talk about the issue of Kanati Chinzi when he's always saying we are suffering. He should know that people live from hand to mouth. He should know that you have to pay rentals. He should know that you have to feed your family. He should know that your children have to go to school. He should know that you've got expenses which even extend beyond the family in your house. And Zimbabweans all along have been trying to just make it with whatever is there. So it completely does not corroborate his statements when he says you are suffering, you are this. And another thing I'll never understand. How is it that people who have always said ZANU-PF must go, Jimmy, the first people that are putting Geza, you guys have never really had a problem with ZANU-PF. You actually want a situation with ZANU Charamba Ichitonga because number one, Maka replace the former president and we put a new president from the same ZANU-PF. Now Makutera Umanonti Geza from the same ZANU-PF. He hasn't even mentioned any opposition player Chitarot in Diachatonga. And then I see this as a situation in which at the end of it, at the end of the line, when everything's said and done, Geza has got more chances of being forgiven by ZANU-PF because ZANU has got an arms wide open policy for my prodigal sons. But what about you? The people who makagara musiri vanhu vezanu makamuri vanhu veopposition. I mean, this is the question I've been asking everyone, and I still don't have an answer. I'll end there for now.
Thank you so much, Basolani. Leonard, please can you just mute your mic? We'll give you a chance to speak just now. Daria was there before you, and then you can go ahead. So Daria, are you there? Daria. All right. Okay, Leonard, you can take the mic. You can go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Leonard. You may go ahead. Yes, you may go ahead.
Okay. Nilimuonera zangu pa tichionera zvinhu zveZimbabwe maitiro azvirikuita Comrade Geza vane zvimwe zvarikuita secretly zviri kutofamba maitiro aso zvatinoziva hurumende yeuzvanyiri kubva kudhara. Saka zvavari kutaura izvi zvinotomeka sense kune vanhu vakangwara because vanonzwa matactics ese egovernment iripo mashungurudzo anoita vanhu. Saka pane zvimwe zvari kutoita secretly, but izvo zvari kubudisa kungoita kuti mhando isaziva chere because hakuna munhu anganobata mbavha.
All right, your mic is breaking. Leonard, we can no longer hear you. Maybe you can try and drop and then come back. Yeah, we can't hear you. Maybe can we try and have Bernard?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may go ahead.
Oh yes. You know, me myself, I'm getting surprised or disappointed somewhere. If I have to hear people coming here and blaming Gaza and not giving us a solution on how best citizens should actually get away from this problem we have in Zimbabwe. At least Geza is trying to bring in something that if it is fallen, if people support him, we might see freedom coming to Zimbabwe. So for someone to just come here and start blaming Geza and not giving a solution on how best we would get Zimbabweans free, it disappoints me. I cannot even be able to say much. But what I want to say to the citizens of Zimbabwe, if we let this opportunity get away, there is no way we will ever free Zimbabwe. Get this from me. We will never, ever get to see Zimbabwe free. If we get this opportunity, if we don't support Geza, it will never happen again. I think that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
I just have a question for you, Bernard. So currently, you and your family, are you currently staying away in Zimbabwe? How are you fending for yourselves? Are you, like Murukuita say?
Right. Here is the thing. At the time when we were COVID, right? There was no help that was coming from anywhere to help people, right? But people managed to put through all that time. What is difficult in this time is to support Geza and to see what to actually come out of it. What is it that you wish to have that will actually make Zimbabweans free? What is it that you think you can bring forward and say, Geza is just that I've got this good plan. This plan will liberate Zimbabwe. How many times people have voted and getting people taken from their votes? How many times? So if somebody is putting an effort, it's not better, right? To come back to your question that they've asked. Actually, I'm not in Zimbabwe, and I will not go back to Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Yeah, and you answer and then I can meet it out. Thank you so much for asking that.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to rebut for a minute?
Oh, yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I think everyone who now speaks on Geza issue, we should find out where they are and whether they're staying away. Because actions speak louder than words. And I think a lot of people come here and they say things like, oh, give us another solution. But guess what? You're not even in Zimbabwe. You're safely tucked away in some foreign land. And you come and say, oh, if we can't do this, if we don't support Geza, you haven't even thought about the risks that are involved for those who are on the ground. Selfishness, you know, put yourself in another Zimbabwean seat. If put yourself in their position and then come here with the real type of statements, then tofambatese. But what I see here is a lot of selfish Zimbabweans, especially like the brother who spoke just before me. Extremely selfish, wanting someone else's child to play a role that he can't even do himself. My brother, buy a ticket, go to Zimbabwe, show us the shutdown on the ground, and then people will start to see what is Yeshua Gezane's support. I'll end there for now.
Thank you so much, Solani.
Hello.
Can we have?
Hello.
Yes. Can you just mute your mic, and then we'll allow you to speak. Just mute your mic for now. We're going to try and have someone who was there before you, and we have Ruka. Ruka, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thanks, Osa. I think, colleagues, we need to approach this issue with an open mind, because it's not going to be easy to just think that Geza will do what he's doing and advocate for an opposition to take charge. ZANU-PF is going to be removed through a process which is going to be cumulative. So we should expect that in the short term, we may still have a leader from ZANU-PF. But however, what's important is to have the right safeguards in place such that we move back to a constitutional democracy. where we respect democracy. We have got the safeguards of an independent electoral body, and army that is apolitical, as well as the police that is apolitical. We should appreciate that ZANU-PF is armed to the teeth, and its removal through a section of the army is not something that can be done overnight. I think what we're just seeing from that is a tip of the iceberg, because there's no way Geza can say everything that he's saying there and is still alive. There must be a big force behind him. So I think let's not take for granted the power behind him. And the going may not be clear to some people for now, but I think it's a one-way street without a reverse gear. Mnangagwa is going to be going. It's just a bit of him. And there may be some suffering, just like the War of Independence. It's not going to be rosy. Don't expect it to be so easy. There's going to be some difficulties along the way. But I think we should focus on the big picture. Because if we are myopic, we are going to focus on one day and say, the shutdown has failed, people still need to eat. But what good is it? You are going to have, let's say, 001 meals for the next 1 year instead of maybe suffering for a week or two, and we get the results that we want. So, colleagues, it's going to be a journey, and it's a journey that requires us to tighten our seatbelts and really support this revolution, because without this revolution, we are going to be under these Ugandans for the next 10 years or so. And now that they are busy mutilating the constitution, we are going to make the situation worse for us. So we're not going to expect the best results through this Geza process, but I think it is the only reasonable way forward now, given that it has been proven time and again that elections don't work in Zimbabwe, because it doesn't matter how you vote, but what really matters is who does the counting. And given our current scenario, we know that the results are always predetermined. So the only way forward is to support this revolution and make it work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to hear from Koma Bernard. So Bosolani said that people who are basically not on the ground and are expecting people to listen and take heed of Geza's words are selfish, and because you yourselves are not really doing anything. I would like to hear from you your response to that, please, Bernard.
Right, it is only because we don't actually come up on social media and tell people what we are doing to help those that need help, right? But in our own capacity, I think we are doing a lot. Now, we are saying to those that are on the ground, and everyone else who is complaining about the situation in Zimbabwe, there is only one way out, is to support it. That's the only way we are left with. No other way that we have that we will get Zimbabwe liberated. Never. No other way. We might not be physically in Zimbabwe, but just doing a lot. Especially if I'm talking of myself, I'm doing a lot. But I cannot tell people what I'm doing. But I'm doing a lot. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you. Liz Miss, are you there? Because you keep raising your hand. All right, can we have Owen? Owen Wozele?
Yes, Owen Wozele. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. That's okay, man. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I think we had this conversation again when Baba Geza addressed us. Was it this week? Yeah. And today again the address happened. For me, I don't know with others, but I'm wondering where we are really going with the revolution now. That what he was basically saying was continue staying away in your hearts, in your emotions, physically, whether emotionally, but personal, a way forward. In Zimbabwe, but I think what Baba Geza has done is given hope to the Zimbabweans And I think people wonder chimbi. But when we look at where we are now, it has taken us so many years to arrive where we are. And to eradicate the system that is there, I think it won't happen in a few weeks. It will take a few months. It might take even a few years. But I think there's a fire that has been rekindled, a fire that has started, that maybe Wadara might not be able to take it further. But maybe the younger generation has seen how things are done. I raise my case.
Interesting. Okay, thank you very much. Liz, can you unmute your mic, please? Liz.
All right, okay.
Okay, you may go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm so glad that you are raising your different points, and I think it's making more sense to everyone when you are giving up your points of view. But what I can say is Zimbabweans are very tired. And the other system that was installed in us of this education stuff, we have fear. So, and we have that reasoning capacity. This war is not for the opposition, but it's within the same party. So it's difficult for people to come out with maybe their way of doing their own things, because they know that this thing is within the same people. So the reason why people can't stop going to work, can't even raise up that point, let's stay home. People are suffering out there. Me, I do my business in town. And to move my surprise from the first time that he announced about the shutdown, it was bad because right now even the business is low. If you look to the economic status of this country right now, as it has been affected to the most. Because if you look, in town right now, to do their daily business, but hakuna munhu ari kutarisira kupinda mutown achishandisa mari yake, simply because they don't know where these things are coming from. They don't know these things where they are going. They don't want to spend much. But what they are looking for is change, because people are very tired of the situation. And if you look, he didn't even address these issues. National sports, he was just using this handle, and people have realized and this impact got into want. So people are just hoping for change. They don't know when the change is. If we look out very soon, but we don't know the time. The time shall come, we don't know. Maybe the time shall not come. We don't know when Geza is being taken. But really this situation is tense. We can't even say with Geza an impact, but he has a big impact, especially in the economical status. We don't know about the politics because it's within their part. So we can't say it's affecting us politically, but emotionally and mentally, it's also up to the affect is the ones that are doing business in town. That's my point.
Thank you so much, Liz. Sorry, your network was a bit cutting there, but I think a lot of people would have heard your point. Thank you very much. For those of you joining us, welcome to ZIM-I. We're having a reaction to Geza's live address at 8:30 this evening. Bosalani, would you like to have a comment? You may go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much, co-host. Yeah, I wanted to appreciate the brother who spoke just now. I that is honesty coming through from him, because he's talking about the whole issue of when the shutdown was called, we had a whole Easter break. So just think about it, from Good Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Panashanda, Monday, no one's working. You're talking about 4 days. And then you say, okay, from those 4 days, zamanga muri kumba muri kumba garai dzimwe 6 days. And then after that moti indefinite. And this is the interesting thing. People have always spoken about how the current president of Zimbabwe is out of touch with the reality that the people are facing, right? For a very long time, not just him, but the ZANU-PF as it is. So here's my question. Kuti itai shut down, stay away, iri indefinite, kuti president vabve pachigaro. Do you really think that's going to happen? Unless if people you've been lying all along, muchingo shandiso social media, kutaura manyepo. Because anti-president wakati is a listening president, is as soft as woo. Ndizvo. But then people have always come through on social media and said the government doesn't care. The people are suffering. So do you tell me, by you staying at home, do you really think that's going to remove them from power? I want to understand the logic behind it. Because right? But the entire argument of social media most of the time is that they don't care. So look at that reasoning. How do you get him to resign by you staying at home? How are they affected? Yes, you can say the economy, and then, but remember, Geza's argument all along has been, say, let's think about sanctions. Sanctions always make the ordinary people suffer, not the people who are in power. How many years did we have sanctions? Did they suffer? They still were doing business as usual because they found another way to make it work. So having looked at that, if Geza is saying you'll stay away will mean that they will resign, do you really think that makes sense? It doesn't make sense, Kwandir. And then what happened with impeachment? Because I feel the whole shutdown yakazoitwa because of a failed, let's go into the street on March 31st, vanwaka decide ugarakumba. I think wakababat, since vanwagarakumba, we can tell them kuti ngavarambe vachigaraumba. And like I said before, he's now starting to use words like, be careful of being caught in the crossfire. Is that the kind of leadership or person you want to be in charge of a revolution which is supposed to unseat a brutal regime? Brutal. My last statement would be, why do we continually fall for this one-man band? One, ndiye Messiah. Messiah is Zimbabwe. I'm even surprised with some people who say, oh, this is our last chance. Are you God? Who showed you that? Who told you that this is our last chance? You tell me, you want to force people to follow one person. We tried it with opposition, Mukatera Munuan. And to make matters worse, Geza, and another thing, where are the structures? Surely by now we should know structures. But none of you ask who's working with him, who's financing him. And to make matters worse, if Geza really was serious about this thing of people stay at home, let's not act like Geza has not benefited from the same regime for decades. And Mari hidden away. Piggy bank and possibly wants to add on top of it. Why couldn't he supply the food? Why can't he pay? Instead of telling food wholesalers to give people food for free. And then you tell them that when the new government comes, we'll reimburse you. If there's no new government, that means you've just given out food for free and you are left to suffer. His whole entire plan makes absolutely no sense. I'll end there. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Tonda, I think Tonda wants to respond to that.
Yes, so I would like to buttress some of the points that were well laid out by Wasalani by saying, unless people learn how to create organizations as well as learn how to structure organizations, we can just forget about that power will move from ZANU-PF because like it or not, ZANU-PF is organized and is well rooted in the village, in the ghetto, and even in the suburbs, because the structures start from the homes, and the structures start from people who know each other, and they choose leaders who are capable and reputable to then rise through the ranks. So forget it. If people just think that like this organization and loud mouths are the ones who can take power. Power, it follows order and organization. And also, what I like to say is, if you're a politician, your first goal is to be elected, right? And if you are elected, you have taken power. And if you're a good politician, the next goal is to keep power by all ways that you can. This is how politicians think. So generally, you cannot just think that if someone makes some noise, a whole president will just resign. That he won't be even a good leader if he just resigns like that. So by staying on, this is evidence that yes, this is a lead. And also, like what I think would be the solution probably to all this, it will be dialogue, because the tense environment is not good for the economy. If we heard the speaker before, Boss Salani is speaking, when the environment is tense, people don't invest. Like people don't buy cars, people don't buy shoes, people don't buy phones. People will be busy hoarding food and other things. Everyone is just tense, not organizing for the future. So may our leaders, if they are listening, can they talk to each other and find a resolution to this? We cannot go on in an impasse and having people at a tense position. And also, one thing, I may be totally wrong, but as long as there's disorganization in other forces, in opposition, and ill discipline, when we see a lot of discipline in ZANU-PF, like the opposition can just forget that it would take power. And what we may eventually see is there's a possibility that a number of our future presidents will likely come from ZANU-PF. And as I land, I would like to bring us into context of a very, very important point. While we have had M31, we saw an election happening in Glenview. And in that election, that election was won by ZANU-PF. And look at this. Prior, like the previous MP in 2023, I think they had won with around 15,000 votes. I may be wrong, but this is just an estimation. But this by-election was won by ZANU-PF for a mandate, which is about at least 3 years, by 3,000 votes. Let me just remind you, beloveds, that apathy is also a political tool. So, Glenview is a trailer of the movie that is coming in 2028. So, if things are like this, the cities are going to ZANU-PF in 2028. And if that happens, as I said, our next president will be from ZANU-PF, and probably the next one, unless the opposition is organized. And probably what will start to happen is smart people who want real power, who want to be ministers, will start to move to ZANU-PF. Because one, they'll be thinking about their own security. They'll be thinking about getting real power and really governing, really influencing policy. So, what will we have? Like people just mourning, crying, but with no real solutions. So let me end on that note. Thank you. And just one more point, just one important point. Glenview had a youthful candidate. So ZANU-PF is becoming useful. Glenview had a woman. So ZANU-PF is becoming female. Just think about this. I learned.
Thank you so much, Tawanda. I just want to pose a question. In various news outlets, they say that Geza used to be part of the military intelligence, meaning that therefore that any counter action that ZANU-PF will have against him, he should have already predetermined that already and had a solution and a backup plan to that. My follow-up, so what I'm trying to ask is, do you think this whole let's do a coup without a coup is something that was planned years ago, or it's just an impromptu, something that was just like, okay, let's just do this? Because as some people are saying that this just seems as if as in it was not planned years ago. Or do you think this was planned years ago and all this is part of the strategy?
For me, like I would say, like when I always probably give the example of discipline in an organization, I look at like the examples that are given in the US. They say a huge percentage of Fortune 500 CEOs have two things in common. Either they're coming from the military or they are coming from martial arts. And what is it about the military that brings success in leading organizations and even profitable organizations? One, discipline, and as well strategy. Okay, if I put it to you that with the towering stature of Robert Mugabe in Africa and even in the world, like how would you naturally take on his shoes and take over the country without drama? So I could be wrong. I do not have evidence, but there's a possibility that the drama can be an act to legitimize the successor and effectively get them to get into huge shoes and take power. And if I put it to you that there is a possibility that the succession is well organized and part of the strategy could be to sell the vice president who in 30 days is so marketable. Like when M31 was happening, when his motorcade zoomed by, there was shouts of joy, celebration of a hero. So I don't know. I don't have evidence, but the strategists, because they are from the military, they've got strategies and they've got discipline, and they can lead for many years to come. But as I said, I could be wrong, so I'll end by saying that again.
All right. I think Ruka, you want to respond to that. Ruka, you want to respond?
Thank you. I think one thing that needs to be appreciated here is I'm seeing ZANU-PF is being glorified as a party with which is well structured, choosing its leaders. But you need to go further than Harare to see what ZANU-PF has done, turning Harare into a growth point. So if somebody talks about ZANU-PF having capable leaders and Harare has been taken back to the 1950s, you begin to wonder whether somebody has been into Zimbabwe, and if what he's seeing now is a model of a capital city. Then the second thing is, I think the previous speaker seems to forget that Zimbabwe is a military state. ZANU-PF is just a shell. It's the army that is controlling everything. It's the army that is controlling the elections. So Mnangagwa there is just a figurehead. The system that controls the country. That's why even when Mugabe was removed through the coup, there was no change because the system remained intact, and the system is being run by the army. So that's the mindset that we need to move away from. That's why even if you support this Geza revolution, there must be something for the citizens. We should not support it blindly, but rather support it with a view to say, what is it for the citizens? How do we change from being a military state to a truly democratic state where leaders are chosen on the basis of merit and not on the basis of who do you know? It's not a matter of whose butt you lick the most for you to have access to the national resources. We have to have people who are capable and people who can move this country forward. It's rather unfortunate right now that the ones who make the loudest noise and who get into positions of authority, they've got nothing but their loud mouths to just praise, sing for the leader, and then get rewarded with a position that they don't really deserve. That's exactly why 45 years into independence, we're now talking of carrying buckets of water in towns. We've got no medication in our hospitals. We've got potholed roads. Something that shouldn't be the case if we had a developmental agenda as a country. So ZANU-PF is a total failure. It's just being held by the army. And what people seem to be forgetting here is that there's an army versus army. There's the army of Mnangagwa and the army component that is against him. So it's going to be a fight between these two. And hopefully through this fight, we are going to pave a new way forward. That's going to be for the common good. That follows the ethos of the War of Liberation, which was the one man, one vote, and giving voice to the populace. As it stands, nobody's a voice, including Mnangagwa himself. He might be the figurehead, but he's got no voice. There's a system behind him that controls. That's the system that we need to demolish. And once that is done, hopefully we'll have a way forward that's good for all of us. Thank you.
Sorry, hot seat. Can I quickly ask Ruka a question before you go to the next speaker? It's a quick one. Okay. Thank you so much. Ruka, I believe Ruka was the last speaker, right? I hope I didn't get that wrong. He mentioned something about the ones who are in control of Zimbabwe is the army. So if you're saying that the army is in control and keeps presidents in power and all that, are you confirming Kuti Geza is lying when he says that Zigandanga are the ones in control, number one? And then when you said Harare is run by ZANU-PF, who's in charge of Harare City Council? I thought Anamea Mafume came out of opposition. And then I believe you guys also have MPs who also are, opposition MPs who are in Harare. So help me here, Bukana, when you're saying Kuti, Harare is run by ZANU-PF. I would really want to understand that further, unless if you're trying to say that although they came to those positions using the opposition ticket, they are now ZANU. But I don't think that would be accurate because none of them have run at ZANU. They still use the handle Yekuti Triple C, whether we like it or not. Opposition. So please, can you explain those two questions? Thank you.
Okay, so firstly, I would like to say, by whatever name, a ZANU-PF person remains ZANU-PF. So they might be under the banner of CCC, but if their action speaks ZANU-PF, they are ZANU-PF. Just like Shabangu and the people cabal that he came along with, they might have the banner of an opposition. But if you look at what they are currently doing.
So what you're saying is being ZANU-PF is about your kubane, your attitude, not about your political affiliations. By behavior.
Yes, if your behavior is ZANU-PF, then you are ZANU-PF. It doesn't matter whether you say you are in opposition, but your actions are exactly from the ZANU-PF playbook. So then coming back to the issue of Mafume. Remember, Zimbabwe it doesn't have executive mayor. The control is through the Minister of Local Government. So there's nothing that you can do without support and approval from the Minister of Local Government. So that's one of the issues that maybe in the new Zimbabwe should be addressed. So that once you've got mayors, they should have enough powers to make sound decisions, and not necessarily have decisions that are overseen by some minister who has got some veto powers over your actions.
Thank you so much, Ruka. So we're going to have Tapiwa Nashe, and then after Tapiwa Nashe, we're going to have Beauty. So Tapiwa Nashe, can you take the mic? Tapiwa? Tapiwa, you're raising your hand. Takiwa Nashe.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. You may go ahead.
Yeah, I was taking off my dodgy Chinese earphones here. You know, we have to learn to find each other as a people of Zimbabwe. Trust me, I don't think we have a choice. Yes, we differ. Yes, there are people who are incompetent. The people who are corrupt, the people who are this. But those are the problems that we as citizens have to address. So I don't see the point of pointing fingers to say, okay, you are Chavangu and then you are behaving ZANU-PF or you are this and that. What has that got to do with anything? Because we're talking about administering a country, managing a country. What is that going to do with the detailed analysis of exactly where do you belong? Belonging for what? You are an MP or a councillor or a civil servant or an army officer. What is that going to do with all this detailed analysis to say, okay, the perfect person, okay, we are looking for a perfect person to be an army officer or a perfect person to be a citizen, to be a civil servant or to be an MP. When you are elected, let's say you are elected, wapasa wawina ukwazana constituency. Those are your people. It no longer matter your affiliation because you are now in government. You hold the Bible. You go into parliament. Mudenda says, okay, can I hold the Bible, please? When you hold the Bible, you're saying, I'm going to serve everyone in Kwazan. Okay? So why this continuation of the idea that I'm ndokwa nengi? Because the rules that apply are parliamentary rules. They are parliamentary rules. You represent your people, you will represent those people regardless of if they did vote you or they did not vote you. But at least you won. So basically, I don't understand this idea that after 2023, we voted MPs, we voted the president, and then the MPs, and then our councillors. We still have a discussion about political affiliation. Because basically it's treasonous for an MP to continue to discriminate against those people he hates. Let's say there is a people who are actively ZANU in Kwazana, and then you are CCC, and then your people, what are you going to do with them? Are you going to send them to the prison? What are you going to do? They are your people. You have to listen to them. So why can't we switch off this electoral time, election year, and then you serve the people? You're paid. Opua mota yako opua 40,000. Yes, no, maubra. Opua imba. You are MP. So what's wrong with you? What's wrong with people actually serving people without that cape, without discrimination? I don't understand why our politicians cannot move on and actually do their job. Now we're almost halfway through their tenure, but they're still politicking. Are they providing us water? Are they providing people with the hospitals? Let's say they're always complaining about the hospital. Oh, a hospital and I'm showing this and that and that and that. Instead of complaining, why are you not working as an MP to table something in parliament so that money can be released? Funds can be released so that the problem is solved. No, you don't. All you do, you come on Twitter. Oh my God, I tell you, you are elected. So are you saying where you have to go to with ZANU-PF because you're working with them in parliament? Vana vari kuzviitisa vana ava, and they basically are benefiting. They know kuti isusu tikaramba chidhumana musoro sema-ordinary citizens, of course they gain this, they maintain the relevance, but they know very well they're not going to save us. They don't like to save us at all. They're only saving themselves and their families. That system has to stop. We want politicians to know if you're elected, you hold the Bible, and then you say, I'm save quads as an MP. Stop politicking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So with commenting on, yes, that's after what you've said, do you think Geza right now is not the right time for it? Like, what is your comment on what Geza said tonight? And is your family staying away? What is your comment on that? Thank you.
Oh, my comment is that Geza comes from a very organized machine that's been running the country for 45 years. He knows the protocol in ZANU-PF. If he has complaints, he knows maybe the commissar, got his own commissar internally without making a public shenanigan. He can there is a complaint system within ZANU-PF itself. If he's not satisfied with his own leader, there are a lot of the Constitutional ZANU-PF is clear about complaint system, and then you raise those within ZANU-PF without roping in people who have absolutely nothing to do with ZANU-PF. So what you should have done is to call for a meeting. Let's say his own local in Harare, maybe Harare North or whatever. So, okay, we're not happy. Can this be escalated? You escalate within ZANU-PF, which is an organization with functioning organs. You go through those, then you appeal. Then if you can even take it to court within ZANU-PF, no problem. But you cannot rope in people who cannot vote on whether to remove the leader or not. They cannot vote within ZANU-PF. So why are they being roped in? Why am I roped in? I'm not aligned. Why am I being roped in? So I'm going to help the political shenanigans within ZANU-PF. I'm not going to do that. That's interference. It's actually illegal. Because I'm not a card you're holding. I don't have a vote to actually change leadership in ZANU-PF. So what is he trying to do? You are supposed to exhaust within ZANU-PF to actually maybe a congress, a extraordinary congress, whatever it is. You are allowed within ZANU-PF to actually raise a stink. That's the commissariat, they look at it, and then they deal with it. That's it. That's it. Not this noise. It's not going to help because it's actually a security issue being created because you are basically challenging somebody who's been incorporated by the Constitution to say you are the president and this is your power. And one of your people within the party questions that. But is it doing constitutionally? Because what we don't want is to allow unconstitutional machinations in the nation. Just imagine, let's say Tharisa Chamisa, for argument's sake, Tharisa Chamisa is president, and then that is allowed. So anytime we were not happy with Chamisa, maybe Tasanga my girlfriends don't move a process. No, we are not talking about individual. We're talking about the position of the president, position of the leadership within a party. It has to be procedural. It has to follow the constitutional way of the party of the country. We hate unconstitutional behavior. Why is he hiding if he thinks there's a right to do that? Why is he hiding? Why can he come and open then? Why? You can't tell people to go on the street. People are open on the street, but you are hiding.
How can you lead from Mumwena Mambeva, and then you're telling people to go out on the street? And you think you are responsible, you think that's going to work. Okay, let's say, for example, he succeeds in whatever he stay away, he succeeds. Do we have an alternative administration to take over? Do we have anybody who is going to step forward to say, I'm going to be Minister of Finance, Minister of Defense, I'm going to be the general, and this and that? No. Absolutely nothing. So basically, what are you saying? Okay, you topple a government, but do you have the administrative structure to actually take over? I don't know. You don't know. So what is it trying to do? Chaos. You want chaos. You want us to start killing each other. No. That should not be allowed in a democratic republic. Thank you.
Thank you. Enzo Fernando. Enzo.
Oh,
Fernando.
I thought I was coming up next.
Oh, sorry, Beauty. I had called you, but then I think your network. Sorry about that. Okay, you can go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, host. Can you ask Tapiwa to stay there? I think we need to rebut him a bit. Thank you.
I love your rebut, darling. I love you. How are you, darling? You all right?
Anyway, can I
What's the order here?
Co-host unongoti munhu akacomplain obva watomupa mic handisi saka tocomplaina futi.
No, BT can go ahead. No,
I was announced coming after Tapiwa.
I announced it, but the mic
Also
was not
structure.
working.
We need structures here, okay? Sorry about that. Sorry. We need structure.
Go ahead, BT.
Okay?
Anyway, I was going to just say, good lessons from 2017 taught us, according to our constitutional court, a coup is allowed in Zimbabwe to take over leadership in the country. Apparently, that's a judgment of our constitutional court in December 2017, if you go and read that president. So Geza might be following that route because it was said it's constitutional by Malaba. And then the other point would be a lesson from 2017. When you're confronting leadership, you should go in hiding and write a letter or something. Geza is actually doing something even more upfront. He's actually doing press conferences, which is an upliftment from a letter that circulates on social media. So he's following the script. And the other script was that keep telling the people that the army is on their side so that the people gain confidence and feel free to go about their own convictions, be it going on the streets or staying in their houses. Those are lessons from 2017, which he basically...
But the army is under the command of the commander-in-chief, who is who?
Okay,
the president is the commander-in-chief. So which army are you talking about?
It was declared legal. So let's...
Guys, why is this bastard troubling people?
All right, guys. Sorry. Let's just try to not interrupt because it brings feedback. Beauty, you can offer your submission, and then if anyone wants to rebut that, please raise your hand so we can have some form of order here, guys. Thank you so much. It's very difficult because when you guys come on, there'll be feedback. Thank you very much. So, Beauty, you can continue.
All right, thank you so much, Coast. Anyway, going on from 2017. Also, another lesson from 2017 is that ZANU-PF cannot resolve its own internal conflicts. They always come to the public to get a decision upheld by the public. That's another lesson we learned over the years. So this whole thing about them having an internal structure where conflicts and issues are discussed or are upheld, it does not exist internally. That's a falsehood. We all know the situation with ZANU-PF. Chiroka complain, Chiroka say, as long as you see Shekupolit, Piroka Varkumirana, Vumirana, you are of no consequence to them, basically. Just like the masses are of no consequence to them, we're just poor for what they to rubber stamp whatever they want us to rubber stamp. So those are some of the lessons we've come to learn over the years. We've also learned, Kuti, if you want to gain the attention of parliament or the president or the masses. You have to do some padota drama, theatrics, and all this other stuff to get your point across. If you don't do any of that stuff, you're not getting your point across in Zimbabwe, because people only pay attention to theatrics. So that's another lesson we've also learned. And we've also learned, Kuti, people in Zimbabwe tend to forget their civic duties and roles in getting what they need delivered democratically or constitutionally, because we tend to sit by and watch and observe and cheerlead or complain or critique. That's our general fallback situations. We don't actually plan ahead and get ourselves organized and challenge things the way they should be challenged. And right now we've got a crisis of a constitutional amendment, which is being planned. It has been put to our attention, and so far no one has done anything about it. No one, including Geza, anyone has addressed that amendment that's coming up. No one seems to have the plan of how to even go about addressing it, because all we do is just sit back, watch, and observe. And Siambi is going to get his amendment through because the people are doing nothing except observing, cheerleading, critiquing, and doing nothing. Right now, you've got the right to cancel that election. We all know that election was null and void. We have observer mission reports on it. We have a whole lot of things that happened, but we didn't challenge. We didn't have the right to challenge it constitutionally ourselves, because apparently the only person who can challenge an election is the participant in an election. So the participants chose not to challenge, which left the public with no recourse to justice. So the only other recourse to justice that the masses have is to revolt against the whole parliament and collapse it all, because none of you guys' votes were counted. None of you guys' decisions were made on that day. We have got the rainfall fraud crisis that's before us, and no one is paying attention to it or doing anything about it. That actually justifies people to revolt if they decide to revolt against their government and against the people in power. That is your method, but no one is going to do it, because apparently everyone needs a leader. They need someone to lead them to do what they know is right, how they know that they can challenge this. Anyway, we'll wait and see. I don't know. Politics of Zimbabwe. I guess I need to just be on a sabbatical, because everyone is on a sabbatical. Everyone is resigned from politics. We need a solution, guys. The only solution that's left is to declare the election of 2023 null and void, and declare it in unity amongst everyone, because we all know that election was nothing but a fraud election, and therefore we cannot have bills and laws decided by people who gained from a criminal act. So we need to get that criminal act challenged, and challenged effectively. Anyway, by the way, Mujazo Seka, a new SADC is coming to do a post-election review later on this year. Maybe it's your chance to get your voices heard properly and properly revolt and get the attention of people who can actually change your nation. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, Beauty. I'm just going to give the mic to a few new speakers. So we're going to have Enzo. After Enzo, we're going to go to Kasango, and then we're going to go to Shumba. So Enzo, Kasango, and Shumba in that order. So Enzo, you may take the mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good evening. I've liked what Beauty is highlighting here. I'm seeing somebody, sorry, let me touch some of them. There is this one who's at boss, I don't know boss whom. With the government.
Actually, you can't read. Check properly and say it properly.
Yeah, it's boss. I don't know if boss who. It's just boss. So with this current government which we have in Zimbabwe currently, let us support each other. Those people who are supporting ZANU-PF, we all know to say those are the same people who are benefiting. Out of 4/4 in Zimbabwe, only 1/4 of the people are benefiting, right? Then we go to Blessed Geza. With his effort, his trying to make Mnangagwa step down with his cabo, People are going against it. Don't we think that tomorrow we have relatives? Not only this time. This time we are suffering because we have this Mnangagwa, minus him being removed in power by force. By force. Because even if we say let's go to vote, like Beauty, what she has said, we vote for nothing. Hapana chatinovhotera. Because tinongovhota chero tikangovhota mavhotsi Mnangagwa anongowina. Because vanongoita zvinhu zvechitsotsi. Taneta nazvo. Hakuna good leader kana kuti good munhu anoratidza zvake zvakanaka for so long. Unozviratidza for short time, then wobvapo. Tine maexamples ana Nelson Mandela. Zvakaitika kuSouth Africa. Vangotonga for short period of time vakabvapo. Kusiyira vamwe. Nyika kana isingachinjwi mapresident inotodanganyika. Zimbabwe yaparara, kuparara chaiko kunoti zvekutamba. Uyu Geza mission yatori naye kubvisa iyi kampu. Anotaura wani pose pamaninganikire ake ese chaposita anotaura anototiudza netiudza sei. Vanhu vari kukonzeresa mhirizhonga muZimbabwe. Ndivana Mikinyochivayo, vanani. Anti muri kuona. Then tabata information yakadaro. Then vanhu ndopavanonzwa vachiti ngatisatevera Geza haana kurongeka. Yakati. Vakomana. Tine hama ngani dziri kufa muzvipatara, dziri kushaya mishonga, vana Wikinyochivayo vachibudisa mari kana kuti mamotikari vachipa vanhu. Maaccident mangani ari kuitika munzira muZimbabwe, nyika haina kana nzira or one. Mungori nemakomba, potholes after potholes. Mari vari kutora vachiisa muhomwe. Vanenge vachitozviziva kuti isusu patiri mukabhawo yedu akaba hakuna anosungwa. Because tinozviziva tiri vanhu vamwe chete. Okay, achasungisa umwe wake ndiani? Because vose tinoziva kuti tiri wrong patiri. Ati munoona mamirira zvakaita zvinhu. So Geza ada kuti ngatichinjei iyi kuti ienderere mberi. Vanhu ndopavanoti yo Geza abva nepi, haana kurongeka. Chakazoti chakanaka chaita Mnangagwa chii? Tikati tiratidzewo urwani hacho. Kungotendeka kuti icho chakanaka chakafarwa nevanhu muZimbabwe chii. Vanhu muZimbabwe tikaramba tine pfungwa dzatinadzo dziri corrupt, tikasafunga kufunga mune zvamangwana, vana vedu, vazukuru vedu, ndokuudza Zimbabwe ifi yakanaka. Zvitori nani kugavana Zimbabwe, kutongochekani pakati kuti ngavatore South Africa, ngavatore zvisingaitiki futi. But tichangoramba tichitambura, dzimwe nyika dzichienderera mberi. Zambia yanga yakasara zvekuti pane Zimbabwe. In terms of infrastructure, development, whatsoever a lot. But mukada kukombia standard yeeconomy yeZambia neZimbabwe. Zambia itori kumberi by far. Zimbabwe muri kuite. Because mune vanhu vari corrupt mukabo. Then umwe munhu ouya achiti ngatibvisei kabo. Imotanga moti ndopamunototanga kutosavaira muti no, hatizivi kwabva Geza, haana full information, haana full structure, anotiratidza kuti iteseto. But anogara akatiudza each and every time. Ngatisangane 20:30, ngatisangane 8:30 PM. Titaure. Otaura zvinhu zvine musoro. Vanhu moti yowe. Chamuri kuda chatiri kuda chaicho muZimbabwe chii kuti nyika yedu ienderere mberi. Nyika isina zvipatara. Ivo vane mari vanoti vakarwara vanoenda outside kunorapwa. Isusu nherera tiri kutambura muZimbabwe tisina mari. Ukaona chipatara chinoshaya Panado, Parire Nyatwa hospital, biggest hospital in Zimbabwe, zvinonyadzisa kuda kusemesa chaiko. Kushaya Panado. Asi mari dzichiwanika dzichitorwa nana Wikinyochivayo vachiita zvanhu madiro aJorgina nemari. Kutadza kutenga Panado muZimbabwe. Then moramba muchiti naye Mnangagwa. Kusvika rini? Achitonga zviya zvekuti umbimbi ndoga. Dictatorship. Hamuna kana democracy muZimbabwe. Hakuna nyika ine democracy yekuti kana isina freedom. Munhu ukataura against president unorohwa. Madzibaba oshanduka, mwana akada kuurawa nemapetrol bomb. Ati murikona hamuna freedom munyika yeZimbabwe. Ini baba vangu chaiwo kusada kunyepa vakada kuurawa pamuzara bana. Vakagara 1 week vachigara musango vari against ZANU-PF. Then moti inyika ine democracy. Democracy yakadaro. Julius Malema anogara akatuka Cyril Ramaphosa kuSouth Africa. Makambodzwa zvavanomuita. Hakuna ari free because it's free. It's a free nation. It's a democracy nation. then muzimbabwe hamuna kana then vanhu vane dictator vari kutonga vamunotoziva kuti akaramba achidaro kusvika 2030 vana vake vanotonga munanga ndova munoramba muchishingirana naye. Kana uchisvirwa neZANU-PF achikupa mari ramba uchitevedzera ZANU-PF. Kana uchiziva kuti une benefit muZANU-PF ramba uchitevedzera neZANU-PF. But unofanira kuziva kuti kune vakawanda vari kutambura vari kuda rubatsiro muZimbabwe vachishaya rubatsiro. Vari kufa zvisina anoziva kuti chaitika chii vachishaya medication muZimbabwe. Zvakarwadza ari ese kuti tatenda pinjisa achiti ndiri kukumbirawo panado zvichinzi hapana panado ndiri kukumbira zvichinzi hapana panado then tinongaramba tichiti teki now vanhu vamwari ngatisunurei tiri mapenzi muZimbabwe vanhu vasina pfungwa vanhu vasinganyatsofunga kusvika dhipu ukaona munhu anoramba achisapota ZANU-PF kubva mu1980 kusvika 2025 2030 achitokuza kuti naye munangagwa vasingachinji iyi bato reZANU-PF ndinokuudza uye munhu haafungi munhu musoro make makazara matuzi chaiwo
iwe hotisiti kutendera vanhu kuti tuka pana basa aurare panapa panongori nevanhu vakutuka vanhu matuzi
Guys, please can we refrain from using foul language? Enzo, you can submit your submission without vulgar language. You have 1 more minute, Enzo, to land, and then we're going to have Kasongo, and we're going to have Shumba. And then we'll go back to the previous speakers who are raising their hands. There are some questions for Tapiwa in the comment section, which I'll read for you. And then Barcelona, you also have some questions.
Sorry,
too.
it is beauty after this one. You say it's beauty.
Oh, she's already submitted. She's already submitted the submission. Yeah.
All right.
All right. So let me just unmute the mic, Enzo. You can just land, please, in the next minute, and then we go to Kasongo. Enzo? All right, I think maybe he's gone now.
All right, I think he spoke for a very long time and then he started issuing insults. So why give him an extra 1 minute?
All right.
Kasongo, you can go ahead.
Kasongo ari pa TikTok ndikasango.
Oh, sorry.
Anyway, guys, ndachitongotera masubmissions akutaura nevanhu masubmissions amune muchiita Salani ane voice rakanaka nabeauty but masubmissions amune muchiita haazi maconference epaRainbow Towers atiri kutaura nezvavari ngokuti munoenda muworkshop muRainbow Towers motanga kuita maconference discuss the political dispensations in Zimbabwe. This is not an academic thing. You know what? Geza is really very, very sensitive. That's ndosaka muchiona vachishandisa method dzaakushandisa izvi. The issue in Geza is not it's not just Geza himself. Muri kuona ari paforefront. Nyaya iyi iri pakati paChiwenga naMnangagwa. Ndo vanhu vari kunyatsa kufaita ivavo. One thing chamunofanira kurealize ndechekuti muZANU-PF mune faction. There are factions are kurwisana. One. Anyway, guys, faction. There are factions are kurwisana. Tichitaura nyaya kuti magenerals akaurayiwa what. These guys have been fighting because vakapromisana inonzi a gentleman's agreement. Pakabviswa Mugabe. Umwe akatiza border paipai akajamba border. Akadzoka akaita president. But akaudza mumwe wake kuti iwo uchazokusirawo chimuti. But uyu akabva anakirwa stereki manje muState House nezvinhu zvaaidya achiba muState House. Ndobva kuti panapa pachabhike panapa. Saka inini ndakapromisa vanhu masoja aka ndoita sei. Vataka kueliminate magenerals. Ndopakatangira nyaya yese. Vanhu vaifana kunge varipo. I know kuti vanhu vanogona kuti hawana evidence nezvavari kutaura. This is how an SB Moyo were removed. if you look at the crop generals akahendla that coup. Saka when you analyze zvinhu zvakadai musatase zvinhu muchitaura ngekuti political party. It's a serious factional fight. They are fighting between themselves. Sometimes Geza anozotake mistake yekuti anobva anodedza vapana vadiki mayouth kuti pindai muroad muite demonstration anenge achishandisa mamwe tactics asi unconventional zvisina musoro. But fight yacho between Chiwenga and Mnangagwa vari kutotaimirana. Makamboona Mike Tyson achirovana nemamwe maboxers. Pane moment yekuti ref anenge ari pakati so vanenge vachingosikizana so pasina kana one ari kurova mumwe. But pane one acharohwa. Pane one achanyatsa kurohwa zvakanyatsoonaka. Saka it's a factional fight. Vari kutambirana game rechess vanhu ivava. Actually, to be precise, Zimbabwe is in a dangerous moment. And ndofunga makamboona one other few months ago pane matanks akambotendera mutown zvisina kana order. Zvanzi aiwa matenga anga achingotestwa kuti anoita sei. Vanhu vari kusenderana mamessages ari very lethal. Zvokuti makaramba muchingofunga kuti game one day munomuka muri mucivil war. And I'm not even threatening anyone or what, but in from my analysis, it's a matter of time. These guys are just they're gonna come out one day when you're chain. And right now, I should attend a workshop, we say, one of my conferences, but they are after each other. We don't want to change when I'm forever. And they almost killed him. Maganzo allegations are George Tarot, Miras, we are in Shonga, I don't poison. It's a game of thrones. So let's not expect an Geza kuti vange vari open kuti strategy yakamira so Chiwenga ndiye mouthpiece yake ndiGeza. Chiwenga is speaking through Geza. Chiwenga iye ndiye ari kunonoka kuita mapanchi zake. Chiwenga akanonoka zvinhu zvake because munhu ari kudhila naye is lethal. Any small mistake is gone. So anenge abatwa nechibhakera ndiye ari kutaka kufa. Ndiye munoona heavyweight boxing paYouTube munozvoona kuti anenge abatwa nefist one apone. Saka itai analysis dzenyu muchiziva zvamuri kutaura. Haisi Rainbow Towers kuno kana kuUZT kokuti maacademics amene muchitaura.
Rainbow Towers ichinoshamisira here.
It's a guerrilla warfare. Imbomira kana
panakana zvimboripo apa kasako uri kungobva theoretics kana zvimboripo
credentials ekadoro
murega achingodzoka.
Guys, please. Thank you.
All right. Ndozvandodira hangu hot city. Hot city vanhu vakambokuaccuse kuti wakazodai but uri hot manje uri kugona moderation yako.
Akana kuchata kamusikanaka hanzi.
Akaraitira kunaka. Keep it up. Support iwo. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Shumba Chikara, you can take the mic. Shumba Chikara.
Thank you so much, Jobo. Thank you for awarding me the mic, and good to see you on Zimhai. We have a long history in the politics of Zimbabwe. I'm worried about men who end up thinking they can insult people and think that people who support ZANU-PF, they are mad or what? How can a man who come on a platform like and start insulting people about something? They ruled Zimbabwe because they are ZANU-PF, and they are still there, and they are in power. It's a fact. You cannot run away from that. And you get someone on a public platform like this, where they failed even themselves as a party with the people that they support, to even force the people that they supported who are in parliament to push for any reforms, even during the time when there was an inclusive government, and you get people with beard coming on these spaces and start insulting people because they support ZANU-PF. To hell with those people, because they don't even know what they talk about. In Zimbabwe, there are different parties which you can support, and you're supposed to support that, and you're obliged to support those parties. But you cannot even force Ostalos or even to talk to Amos Chibaya and ask him, Kuti, Naiwe Ostalos, you are driving a GD6, but we have never seen you working anywhere. And you are driving a GD6, and you come here and think that you can ask Wikino Jivayo of the money that he has, and you insult people and you think that you are clever. Oh, my brother, you need deliverance maybe from Madungwe, who has been evicted from a house that he stays, because you don't know what you'll be talking about. Right now we have got Blessed Mlanga, who is languishing in remand, and there are people who have been holding spaces on these platforms vachimukudza kuti uri kuita zvakanaka, uri kuita zvageza, uri kuita zvipi. Ikono Geza is doing ma press conference ari paYouTube and getting followers and getting money from YouTube, but Blessing Mhlanga is languishing ari muremand, and you are not even holding a space to say no guys, I think it's high time we even apologize for what happened and make sure that this person is out of prison. But you have someone who comes here and say kuti mna nosapota ZANU-PF unogwara unopenga unoita sei, but munhu akanobuda achiti iye ndiye ndiri kumirira vanhu ari muchitokisi izvezvi nokuda kwemhosva dzakaitwa ende anadzo, and you come here and say kuti now we are now supporting Geza, but Geza is ZANU-PF, and you call yourself opposition and you are coming here and say no, hey, this time we are running with Geza because he's the one who is leading the path. Why are you not even getting your Nelson Chamisa to say, do you think if Nelson Chamisa comes today and say, people, let's go in the streets, people will not go in the streets? They will go in the streets and the protest of what they know. But Chamisa knows what he's doing. And he never did that. He said, no, I'm not with Geza. Hey, I'm not with that person. People who think that they are clever and they come on these spaces and start insult people as if they know anything, when they do not even know a single thing about politics. It pays more for you to go to Zimbabwe and try to convince people that no guys, this is what we want and this is what we should do. You voted people grave diggers into parliament. They are not even pushing for any reform. They are not even pushing for anything to happen, even Kuma Council. But you come here and say you can remove the whole president who has been elected constitutionally. And you think you are clever and you insult people. Guys,
let's get it clear.
Beauty, just hold on. I never interjected you. Uchitaura zvawanga uchitaura nyarara. Kana uri sewe zvako iwewe wakatombomhanya naChamisa ukazama kuita sei, but hapana chinobuda. Beauty nyarara. Hautorina chinhu, uri kurana dandaro iya. You are trying, wakushora politics yeZimbabwe, but you tried what you tried. You are just non-entities.
You just allow him to land, and then you can rebut.
You are just non-entities. What is making you so uncomfortable to open your mic? When you were speaking, we let you speak for the whole 10 minutes, just languishing and saying nonsense of whatever that you wanted to say. And what we are saying is the truth. Kuti tirikukuudzai chokwadi kuti zvageza wamuri kutaura Geza uyu muzanu. Handitika ari muzanu, nhasi ndiwo makuti aya takumhanya naye tiri kuenda naye nekupi, munhu wamakavhotera mukapa 2 million votes. Handiti, you are not even able.
Sorry guys, Simba, I think this
sorry guys, I can't hear. There's just so many people breaking up. Please, let's just try and give everyone a chance to speak. Okay, if it's getting really late, so maybe we can try cut it 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, so everyone can speak and then rebut.
Yeah, I'm going
But
down to 1 minute, Sobo. It's only because there are some people who think they are clever than anybody else, who think they can interject while it's our nonsense. But here Zimbabwe need to revolutionize and whatsoever.
But hot seat, can you ask Sim?
Tasvitswa kumangumo ekutambutswa na emanson moni emanyati Tasvitswa kumangumo ekutambutswa na emanson moni emanyati Ndichasimutama oko wangu kutenda muziki Ndichasimutama oko wangu kutenda muziki Geza, 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 Simai Geza, 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 Simai Tasvitswa kumagumo ekutambutswa na Emerson Mondi emanyati Ndichasimutsa maoko angu kutenda muziki Ndichasimutsa maoko angu kutenda muziki Geza, 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 Zimai, Geza, Geza, Zimai, Tashvitswa, kumagumo ekutambutswa na Emerson, Mondi emanyazi. Tasvitswa kumagumo ekutambutswa na Emerson nenzira dzakanaka dzakanaka yaya tererai nenzira dzakanaka dzakanaka yaya tererai nenzira dzakanaka kune nzira nzira dzakanaka dzakanaka ya soja rega 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 kutevera mitemo yose ose ngoma iri kurira ngoma iri kurira murenga geza geza sim ai ai tisava tinotora no no zvino zve masiedu dozerai zvino zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi taurai zvinetsika netsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu vanhu masinzisise zvakananga musangano kune nzira nzira dzakanaka dzakanaka ya soja rega 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 kutevera mitemo yose ose ngoma iri kurira ngoma iri kurira murenga badarai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvoserai zvamunenge matora tisaite zveupopwe muhondo wechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa patinenge tabata bumbumbu ya murenga vibes Steve Mutamba wemurenga revolution amapiano aya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare katura navamao vachidzidzisa vachidzidzisa geza geza zip ai ngoma iri kurira yaya murenga vibes ngoma iri kurira respectable gay murenga vibes oh murenga vibes revolution at my piano respect the code ngoma iri kuya murenga vibes kune nzira dzamasoja dzekuzvibata nadzo tererai mitemo yose nenzira dzakanaka dzakanaka yaya tererai nenzira dzakanaka.
Okay, so very good evening to you. Obviously, this is join us live right now. Right, just copying and reading people's comments. Shamiso My City says, Simbachi Kanza Asi, this is a ZANU-PF platform. You invite the lady who seems to control the platform. It's you who is a ZANU-PF. Shamiso My City, you must be ashamed of yourself because you should have simply taken the microphone. We've been dropping the microphone 150 times on this platform, and you sit back there, Wakanyarara. If you don't speak, you are the ZANU-PF person. So stop throwing ZANU-PF. You are Munwa Idi. Sitting on your bums when the microphones are there for you to express yourselves. And if you can't speak, you could bring other people to speak. This is an open space. We're here to allow anyone to speak. So if you just sit there and you don't call in, it's an open space after Blessed Geza has done his video, his speech. We give anyone to call in, and if you don't call in, you are the Murakashi. Macheke ndiwe Murakashi wewe. Murakashi anosemesa. You must be ashamed of yourself because you don't speak. You allow the Murakashis to take the country, to take the conversations. Dimi Murakashi vacho. Because those who are there, they are speaking. They are taking territory. You just sat there and you think conversations will just go your way. Saka musar shandise mashoko amurja murimi. You are the Varakashis. You allow the people who you don't like to get in. Look at this. We just dropped here. Only one person has come in to speak. Only Tom has clicked the link. It's an open mic. Anyone can speak. We don't dictate. It's not a dictatorship platform, but we tell people to say what we want. Okay, right. Good evening, Tom.
Hey, good evening. How are you?
Yeah, great to hear your voice. At least you're the only person who has come in. I'm just getting shocked by these people who are saying, "Hey, makupa Varakashi kuti vatonge." What is that?
It's been crazy, eh? I've been following up the whole time trying to understand what's going on, but yeah.
Yeah. But do you understand also what these people are claiming, that we have given the Varakashis power to control the platform? Have you heard that? What do you think about
it? But I think it's really about I think we just using different views to actually look into this. So some people are just wanted to just go ahead with whichever flow is there. So when some learned people who know these things start mentioning things that people should put into account, people start regarding that person as Varakashi, you know. Like you guys, before you proceed, you need to let's look at certain aspects to include or to rather assess the situation before we say we are going with this.
Absolutely. And I also have a problem with a lot of Chamisa people. They just shut up there and they allow fraudsters like Maskama Zagadasana, Hopewell and the like to take over conversations. And then you know what? When they get offended, then you know what? Then you see, if you're not speaking, if you're not taking territory, someone else will. So you can't sit there and keep talking Murakashi this. You are, if you're quiet, you are the Murakashi. You're worse than the Murakashi. Anyway.
Yeah, so some people are just those Chamisa loyalists. So whatever people start planning right now, they say as long as Chamisa is not involved, they will not go with that. And whoever speaks ill or speaks down about Chamisa, they will regard that person as Murakashi or someone who's actually not up for the progress of the nation's fight for justice and to liberate the people. So people want to regard the whole situation like every time Chamisa has to be in it. Every time when we mention something, it has to be, oh yeah, we should side with Chamisa. We must never say anything negative about him. Despite him having hanged the boots and now just all about quoting the Bible verses, if we just talk ill about him and then the attacks start. Are you there?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. I was just saying that I personally don't have a problem with Chamisa quoting Bible verses. I think that is his way of expressing, that is his way of communicating. I mean, I use Bible verses in my own investigative journalism, and it works for me. It works for me very well.
Yeah, so
some of the most amazing
the question that
using Bible verses. But what I have a problem with these people who are just sat there and they think everything's going to happen by magic. And then when something happens that they don't like, and then they'll say, "Deja ZANU, Deja Varakashi, Deja like," but you're shut, you got your mouth shut, and you know, and yeah,
that's the thing now, because the question is, what are we also doing on our end as the ordinary citizens? Are we just gonna fold our hands and watch, or what exactly is our thing? And besides, I think we would actually just be able to deliberate on these matters without having to insult anybody. You know, I've heard so many insults. Earlier, these guys were speaking there. So much vulgar being spoken there. You know, a person tries to raise a point, and then when they start coming back for that point, then you hear so many insults. People need to be wiser and be able to actually debate or have a discussion on a particular matter, but without really having to consult anyone in there. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, Shamiso is saying you have insulted me. No, I was just saying I don't understand it. I'm sorry if I insulted you, but I'm just saying if you're sat there and you're not doing anything, you are a Murakashi. Stop calling someone else Murakashi because you're not taking territory.
Yeah, you're not even taking part.
We don't give anyone the microphone. We just give everyone the microphone. Anyone can call in. And please, Shamiso, my point is tonight is please try and get more people so that this conversation is for everyone. Everyone should have, and especially you folks should be there, right at the forefront. Muchitaura, muchidai, muchifamba, nyanzi chifamba. Not just to think everything will happen by magic. I'm sorry if I appeared as if I am insulting, but that's exactly what I was simply saying, which is that take territory, talk, express yourself. If you keep quiet, you are aiding and abetting. You're aiding and abetting who?
Yeah, that's pretty much the case that we have with many of the citizens now. People have become a bit tired, or rather they're more almost like hanging up or just surrendering, whichever case it is. Now that we know the issues about people corrupting, looting, Mnangagwa planning to change the constitution, bribing of the MPs, and then people still want to go on and act like everything is just normal, you know. But things can even get worse. But then what more can we do as people? Can we really sit and just watch this happen, or rather just get involved and try to voice out our concerns as we go? Because now it's more like everybody else, or the majority of the people, they feel disappointed or let down by Chamisa. So whatever now starts coming, or whoever is coming out now, people don't really support that person. They're like, but Chamisa is not in it. Oh, but there's no, you know, all that kind of stuff. That's where the challenge is, because now people want to be able to mention Chamisa in every other aspect. But the question is, I don't know, I've even seen anything from him in these past few days. Has he ever spoken anything about Blessed Geza? Has he ever spoken anything about the shutdown? I didn't hear anything there. So I wouldn't want to be going on to include him into this, because it's not only his fight, but all of us collectively as the citizens.
Absolutely, and Chiwenga is also quiet, right? So let's not blame Chiwenga. Chiwenga is the worst sellout here. Chiwenga is the worst seller. And do you know what, right? Do you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. You know what I fear?
Yeah.
Can I shock you? I'm gonna tell you. I've worked in mental health. Okay, I'm not gonna say too many things here, but you know what I fear is that a lot of people are going to come out on space and everything and support Geza. But wait a say, what piece of Mataya, wait a say. And guess what? At the end, Chiwenga will just walk out and go to pre-Kabe. What you guys gonna do?
See, that's
over Chiwenga. Over you only go amufira.
Then he just steps in.
Pick up, but you know when.
This is we could find ourselves in a situation in 2017 where the masses really were rallying behind Edie, not knowing that he was going to do this and bring all these Shiganandas and stuff. You know, we have seen so much of you exposing the corruption. We've seen the gold mafia. All of those things happen. But then what did the people do with this information? People didn't do anything. People just sat there. Knowing of these things. Some of the people were there are even some of the members of the church for these particular individuals, but they keep on going to church after having discovered all this much. So I don't know, like really what is really going on, but that's just all of these things that we have now. The issue that comes up with Blessed Geza is that he's the only face that we see. We don't know who else is behind him. Obviously, some will say there's Chiwenga there. And then you hear that there's Army, there's this. But we were hoping that maybe there could have been someone who is a bit eloquent, someone who's a bit of an intellectual who could explain and probably speak to convince the people, because Blessed Geza, he's old and frail. He really can't say some of the things that we would expect as the young people. So you would need somebody who stays there and gets to speak with the people and really indicate, okay, and also you may challenge again during the time before the what's the name of the journalist before we got arrested. Geza had a chance to speak where he said, this and that and that. That information also is kind of misleading, because it actually took away people's hope as well on him, because people were hoping that he was going to be doing something, but then because he starts saying, exactly that. I wasn't expecting that. That's also threw off the whole thing. So now when people are supposed to be going through a shutdown, it's kind of a mild or a mix of reactions that some people are still going to work. They're like, listen, we just came from a long Easter holiday. We cannot be sitting at home. We got to work. And now people are sort of like not paying attention to him. Although when he does come and address the people, he says it was a successful shutdown, and then you hear that he's saying ZANU-PF, then they bring them just to loiter around town so that you think that the shutdown is not successful. It's mixed reactions that we're getting there.
Wow. It's gonna be an interesting it's gonna be an interesting development.
People are now confused. People are so confused. And the worst is also you got these other high profile, preachers and the prophets, and the likes of Emmanuel Makandiwa, speaking about the so-called prophecy that they heard about the people, and then whoever tries to fight the government will not win. You hear them. There's another prophet as well is saying, I've seen a lot of bloodshed coming. People are going to die. People should not go out there, and all of that thing, throwing in intimidation, all sorts of things. But initially, when the country got its independence, people had to fight somehow, So we're not just saying people should just go out there, but we're saying do not follow blindly, but rather find out exactly where is this heading to, but then do not just fold your hands. People should not just fold their hands. We need to get all involved, all hands on deck, and see how far we can go with this. If there is any means of communicating with Blessed Geza, for him to really check out or show out his actual plan. So when we do take over, who's going to be in charge? Who's going to be the leader? Is it the army? Is it Chiwenga? Are they going to bring in Chamisa, or who's there? Who's going to be there once ED has been taken out? I had a similar question the time when people started going on about trying to remove Robert Mugabe. While people were busy with that process, I said, so if Mugabe comes off, who's going to come in? So people never thought about that. The only thing they didn't want was just Mugabe, remove Mugabe. And he was removed and people celebrated. And then months later, people are mourning. Years later, it's even getting worse. This guy is planning a dynasty. This guy is planning for life presidency.
Yeah, I hear you, and I think it looks like this is what has brought us to where we are. How many days, just this weekend? Tell me, Tom, how many days do you think Zimbabweans need for them to see some sort of a change? How many days?
Well, really, I think that's quite a tough question. Really, it's very difficult to actually tell when a change is going to come. Although you've heard Blessed Geza saying, by the 6th of May or so and so. But the thing is, sometimes with this shutdown, is it being well received?
By 6th of May, yeah.
Yeah, I heard 6th of May being mentioned. I think if it's not him, then probably I might have heard it through. What's his name? There's this other guy, the journalist that go is it Kambakwe? Something like that. Yeah.
Oh no, please. That's Hubert Angel, that guy.
I knew that.
That guy is Hubert Angel. No, seriously.
Yeah.
No, he's actually a Hubert Angel agent.
Is it?
officially. Yeah, officially.
So
it's just the
so,
counterintelligence.
but anyway,
what you bet on? Yeah.
But anyway, trying to answer the question, I don't think there's really a time line to really see a change up until the people, the masses, really change their way of viewing this whole thing. If people choose that they want to fight to liberate ourselves, that moment, only that moment, when we all put all hands on deck. Because I tell you, I'm here in Cape Town. I've said it so many times. There's so many Zimbabweans here. We would have been dominating in South Africa, but there's so many sellouts. If you plan something as a Zimbabwean, you don't get support. If whatever you're planning is against a certain operation, people will go out and stab you in the back. So up until the time that we all unite, that we stand for one particular goal, one particular reason or purpose, then we will definitely be able to achieve something. But as far as I see right now, I don't think we are about to see any change yet, up until people change their mindset.
Wow. You know what, Tom?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We're just going to rerun this and we'll end, folks. It's a
Sure.
great night, and we need to let people rest, but we're just going to do a quick rerun of Blessed Geza tonight. Thank you so much,
Thank
Tom.
you for the time on the mic.
Let's catch up tomorrow.
All right, sure. All right.
Cheers, bro.
Good evening, fellow Zimbabweans. This is Blessed Geza, Comrade Bombshell. Today is day 3 of our historic shutdown, which so far has been a great success. I would like once again to thank you for your cooperation. We have demonstrated to the Mnangagwa regime that enough is enough. The message was clear and has reached home. We know the reason why we called this shutdown is to make sure that Mnangagwa is booted out of power. He is now mentally unfit to govern the country. He is also presiding over monumental corruption. This has destroyed the delivery of social services in the country. Indeed, the message has been driven home to all stakeholders, including the progressive security forces. And let me assure you, action is being taken. Something is being done right now to ensure that Mnangagwa goes. Things are happening as we speak. As a way forward, we continue with our shutdown. We can all agree that emotionally, we are all on shutdown. Mentally, we are all on shutdown. Psychologically, Zimbabweans are on shutdown. Physically, we are all on shutdown. Don't be discouraged by people who are locally in town. We know some will bust from far and beyond to give the impression that they stay away as well. These side shows will not succeed. The reality is that it's Mnangagwa who has put the country on shutdown. Nothing is working, and even to those who were loitering in town, they are mentally and psychologically on shutdown. So Zimbabwe, let's continue with our shutdown. Let's stay the course. Our goal is to remove Mnangagwa, and we are on course. Mnangagwa will go, and his Galanders will be arrested. Tunakutendai ne-cooperation yamakaita shutdown yedu kana kuti stay away yedu yakabudirira zvikuru. Vamwe ngaona kunge isina kubudirira, but mumaziso edu takaona kuti yakabudirira. Yakatumira signal kuna Mnangagwa nezvigananda kuti mhuri yeZimbabwe yanetsa haichadi nezvako yauda kuti uchisiya chigaro. Makaona kuti pakaitwa chitsotsi kuda vamweni hamuna kuchiona chekuti Mnangagwa nezvigaranda zvake vakatanga setsika yavo kutumira mabhazi kunzvimbo dzekure kure kunana Muzarabani, kunana Chiredzi navo madhistrict akasiyana siyana kuti vazadze vanhu vaingofamba mumatauni zviite kunge matauni akazara apa vachida kuti varasise vanhu kuti vanhu vafunge kuti shutdown yatanga takasheedzera haina kubudirira, asi chitoti ichocho takachibata. Maitiro amakaita akaita kuti ruzhinji rwevanhu including our progressive security forces vaone kuti jokwadi mhuri yeZimbabwe inoda need yeagenda system, and as a result tinoshanda pamwe chete haihani manyepo. Pane zviri kutoitika izvezvi mukutaura kwatiri kuita, maresults tichamaona. Vana Mnangagwa vari kuenda manje manje, zvigananda zviri kusungwa manje manje. Toda kuti mhuri yeZimbabwe rambai muri patient, rambai makabatana. Kusheedzera kwatakaita shutdown hatina kumbotaura nyaya yeviolence. Saka vana Mnangagwa vakatuma vanhu vavo kuti vaite maacts eviolence zviite kunge tisu kana kuti ndimwi muri kuita violence. Isu hatina mbosheedzera nyaya dzeviolence and imwe hamuna kumboita nyaya dzeviolence. Tinonzwa vana Chipaya, vana Ngarubvume vari kupiwa mhosva dzokuti vaipesedzera vanhu kuti vaitwe violence. Isu hatina kana mbondotaura navo vana Ngarubvume kana vana Chipaya panyaya yekuronga shutdown. Saka ndoshaya kuti vari kuzviwana kupi izvezvi. Mhuri yeZimbabwe kwatabva ndokure, taakusvika kumagumo. Mnangagwa nezvigaranda zvake tenge tapedza navo nenguva pfupi iri kutevera. Saka rambai makashinga mhuri yeZimbabwe semashingiro amanga makangoita. Saka rambai muri pashutdown emotionally, physically. Tinoziva upenyu hwakaoma, munopona nekungwagwa ngwagwa, but psychologically zivai kuti muri pashutdown. Rambai makashinga, rambai makabatana. Ndicharamba ndikidzoka kwamuri ndichikuratidzai kubiwa kuri kuitwa mari yenyu nezvigananda nana Emerson. Ndichadzoka kuti kwamuri mhuri yeZimbabwe ndichikupai update maererano nemafambiro ari kuita shutdown yedu. Mhuri yeZimbabwe, I thank you very much. May God bless you. May God bless Zimbabwe. Good evening, fellow Zimbabwe. This is Blessed Lunacy Geza, Comrade Bombshell. Today is day 3 of our historic shutdown, which so far has been a great success. I would like once again to thank you for your cooperation. We have demonstrated to the Mnangagwa regime that enough is enough. The message was clear and has reached home. We know the reason why we called this shutdown is to make sure that Mnangagwa is booted out of power. He is now mentally unfit to govern the country. He has also presided over monumental corruption. This has destroyed the delivery of social services in the country. Indeed, the message has been driven home to all stakeholders, including the progressive security forces. And let me assure you, action is being taken. Something is being done right now to ensure that Mnangagwa goes. Things are happening as we speak. As a way forward, we continue with our shutdown. We can all agree that emotionally, we are all on shutdown. Mentally, we are all on shutdown. Psychologically, Zimbabweans are on shutdown. Physically, we are all on shutdown. Don't be discouraged by people who are loitering in town. We know some will bus from far and beyond to give the impression that they stay away as well. These side shows will not succeed. The reality is that it's Mnangagwa who has put the country on shutdown. Nothing is working, and even to those who were loitering in town, they are mentally and psychologically on shutdown. So Zimbabwe, let's continue with our shutdown. Let's stay the course. Our goal is to remove Mnangagwa, and we are on course. Mnangagwa will go, and his Galandas will be arrested. Tunakutendai necooperation yamakaita shutdown yedu kana kuti stay away yedu yakabudirira zvikuru. Vamwe mungaona kuti isina kubudirira, but mumaziso edu takaona kuti yakabudirira. Yakatumira signal kuna Mnangagwa nezvigananda kuti mhuri yeZimbabwe yanetsa, haichadi nezvako, yakuda kuti uchisiya chigaro. Makaona kuti pakaitwa chitsotsi kuda vamweni hamuna kuchiona chekuti Mnangagwa nezvigaranda zvake vakatanga setsika yavo kutumira mabhazi kunzvimbo dzekure kure, kunana Muzarabani, kunana Chiredzi, navo madhistrict akasiyana siyana, kuti vazadze vanhu vaingofamba mumatauni. Zviite kunge matauni akazara, apa vachida kuti varasise vanhu, kuti vanhu vafunge kuti shutdown yatanga takasheedzera haina kubudirira. Asi chitoti ichocho takachibata. Maitiro amakaita akaita kuti ruzhinji rwevanhu, including our progressive security forces, vaone kuti chokwadi mhuri yeZimbabwe inoda need yeagenda system. And as a result, tinoshanda pamwe chete, haihani manyepo, pane zvirikutoitika izvezvi mukutaura kwatiri kuita. Maresults tichamaona vana Mnangagwa vari kuenda manje manje, zvigananda zviri kusungwa manje manje. Toda kuti mhuri yeZimbabwe rambai muri patient, rambai makabatana. Kusedzera kwatakaita shutdown, hatina kumbotaura nyaya yeviolence. Saka vana Mnangagwa vakatuma vanhu vavo kuti vaite maacts eviolence, zviite kunge tisu kana kuti ndimwi muri kuita violence. Isu hatina kumboshedzera nyaya dzeviolence, and imwe hamuna kumboita nyaya dzeviolence. Tinonzwa vana Chibaya, vana Ngarubvume vari kupiwa mhosva dzokuti vaipesedzera vanhu kuti vaitwe violence. Isu hatina kana mbonotaura navo vana Ngarubvume kana vana Chibaya panyaya yekuronga shutdown. Saka ndoshaya kuti vari kuzviwana kupi izvi. Mhuri yeZimbabwe kwatabva ndokure, taakusvika kumagumo. Mnangagwa nezvigananda zvake tenge tapedza navo nenguva pfupi iri kutevera. Saka rambai makashinga mhuri yeZimbabwe semashingiro amanga makangoita. Saka rambai muri pashutdown, emotionally, physically. Tinoziva upenyu hwakaoma, munopona nekungwagwa, but psychologically zivai kuti muri pashutdown. Rambai makashinga, rambai makabatana. Ndicharamba ndikidzoka kwamuri ndichikuratidzai kubiwa kuri kuitwa mari yenyu nezvigananda nana Emerson. Ndichadzoka kuti kwamuri mhuri yeZimbabwe ndichikupai update maererano nemafambiro ari kuita shutdown yedu. Mhuri yeZimbabwe, I thank you very much. May God bless you. May God bless Zimbabwe. Good evening, fellow Zimbabwe. This is Blessed Lunas Geza, Comrade Bombshell. Today is day 3 of our historic shutdown, which so far has been a great success. I would like once again to thank you for your cooperation. We have demonstrated to the Mnangagwa regime that enough is enough. The message was clear and has reached home. We know the reason why we called this shutdown is to make sure that Mnangagwa is booted out of power. He is now mentally unfit to govern the country. He has also presided over monumental corruption. This has destroyed the delivery of social services in the country. Indeed, the message has been driven home to all stakeholders, including the progressive security forces. And let me assure you, action is being taken. Something is being done right now to ensure that Mnangagwa goes. Things are happening as we speak. As a way forward, we continue with our shutdown. We can all agree that emotionally, we are all on shutdown. Mentally, we are all on shutdown. Psychologically, Zimbabweans are on shutdown. Physically, we are all on shutdown. Don't be discouraged by people We are loitering in town. We know some will bus from far and beyond to give the impression that they stay away. Yes, sir. These side shows will not succeed. The reality is that it's Mnangagwa who has put the country on shutdown. Nothing is working, and even to those who were loitering in town, they are mentally and psychologically on shutdown. So Zimbabwe, let's continue with our shutdown. Let's stay the course. Our goal is to remove Mnangagwa, and we are on course. Mnangagwa will go, and his Galandas will be arrested. Tunakutendai ne cooperation yamakaita shutdown yedu kana stay away yedu yakabudirira zvikuru. Vavongaona kuti isina kubudirira, but mumaziso edu takaona kuti yakabudirira. Yakatumira signal kuna Mnangagwa nezvigananda kuti mhuri yeZimbabwe yanetsa, haichadi nezvako, yauda kuti uchisiya chigaro. Makaona kuti pakaitwa chitsotsi kuda vamweni hamuna kuchiona chekuti Mnangagwa nezvigaranda zvake vakatanga setsika yavo kutumira mabhazi kunzvimbo dzekure kure, kunana Muzarabani, kunana Chiredzi, navo mabhizinesis akasiyana siyana, kuti vazadze vanhu vaingofamba mumatauni. Zviite kunge matauni akazara, apa vachida kuti varasise vanhu, kuti vanhu vafunge kuti shutdown yatanga takasheedzera haina kubudirira, asi chitoti ichocho takachibata. Maitiro amakaita akaita kuti ruzhinji rwevanhu, including our progressive security forces, vaone kuti jokwadi mhuri yeZimbabwe inoda need ye-agenda system. And as a result, tiriushara pamwe chete, haihani manyepo, pane zviri kutoitika izvezvi mukutaura kwatiri kuita. Maresults tichamaona. Vana Mnangagwa vari kuenda manje manje. Zvigananda zviri kusungwa manje manje. Toda kuti mhuri yeZimbabwe rambai muri patient, rambai makabatana. Kusheedzera kwatakaita shutdown, hatina kumbotaura nyaya yeviolence. Saka vana Mnangagwa vakatuma vanhu vavo kuti vaite ma-acts eviolence, zviite kunge tisu kana kuti ndimwi muri kuita violence. Isu hatina mbosheedzera nyaya dzeviolence, and imwe hamuna mboita nyaya dzeviolence. Tinonzwa vana Chibaya, vana Ngarubhume vari kupiwa mhosva dzokuti vaipesedzera vanhu kuti vaitwe violence. Isu hatina kana mbonotaura navo vana Ngarubhume kana vana Chibaya panyaya yekuronga shutdown. Saka ndoshaya kuti vari kuzviwana kupi izvezvi. Mhuri yeZimbabwe kwatabva ndokure, taakusvika kumagumo. Mnangagwa nezvigananda zvake tenge tapedza navo nenguva pfupi iri kutevera. Saka rambai makashinga mhuri yeZimbabwe semashingiro amanga makangoita. Saka rambai muri pa shutdown. Emotionally, physically, tinoziva upenyu hwakaoma. Munopona nekungwagwa ngwagwa. But psychologically, zivai kuti muri pa shutdown. Rambai makashinga. Rambai makabatana. Ndicharamba ndikidzoka kwamuri. Ndichikuratidzai kubiwa kuri kuitwa mari yenyu nezvigananda nana Emerson. Ndichadzoka kuti kwamuri muri eZimbabwe ndichikupai update maererano nemafambiro ari kuita shutdown yedu. Muri eZimbabwe, I thank you very much. May God bless you. May God bless Zimbabwe.
Because they've threatened to go to court. But then, sir, aren't you concerned? Aren't you concerned, advocate, that here we have a clear matter? But you said you talked about a threat, sir. You talked about a threat, advocate. But you talked about a threat. You talked about a threat. Advocate, a crime is being committed right now. People are dying. Well, people are dying. Go to court where? People are dying right now in Zimbabwe, advocate. I have got victims of 1 August. Do you also respect the people who are suffering, sir? Do you respect the victims who still have bullets in their bodies right now, advocate? The victims who still have bullets in their bodies right now. Advocate, you are the highest, you're the most respected person in Zimbabwe. You are here to represent parliamentarianism. What parliamentarianism is. You are the person we refer to. We respect you, sir. We respect you. And I've come to you to ask you about this thing, which we are being criticized. Our nation is being criticized right here, sir. Why is it not the forum, sir? But you are the Speaker of Parliament. I've got people who are crying, advocate. I've got victims. Are you concerned that you're no longer the Speaker of Parliament? You're not the Speaker of a military cartel.
Can you stop it?
Stop what, advocate? Stop what? Stop what? But you're destroying our country, you're destroying a whole community. You are, right now, even the perception of our nation, Advocate Mudenda. Are you happy that parliamentarianism has been violated, Advocate? Tell me. So you're not willing to address concerns about parliamentarianism. You are here to represent parliamentarianism. And you are mentally torturing MDC MPs, adding to the physical torture to victims of violence on 1 August, which was done to change election results, and this was broadcast on ZBC. Advocate Mudenda, you are a respected man. You are the highest, the most respected person, sir. I shall slow down, but I hope you realize here, I've got people who are dying. There's a crime being committed. You can, sir. You can, sir. I shall wait. Thank you. A crime is being committed, advocate, right now. I'm not, sir. I've got a legitimate criminal concern here, a legal concern, sir. I've got a legitimate legal concern.
Sorry, man. I thought that you gave me enough time to...
No, sir. No, you can't do this. Advocate Mudenda, people are dying. One must Zimbabweans right now. People are dying. And here you are. You are mentally torturing MDC MPs. On what basis do you withdraw their allowances for 5 months? Merely because they are expressing what you brought into parliament. I am here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm not going to move out. I'm a guest here. And I am very much here. I am very much here. But I'll wait on you. This is important because you're an employee. You're a civil servant. You're a civil servant. This is your job. This is your job to be accountable to members of the public, to the international community, to prove that you are doing the job of a Speaker of Parliament, not a Speaker of a military cartel, Advocate Mudenda. No, sir, you cannot shut me. I'm going to slow down. I'll allow him to eat, but I'm not going to leave here. I am here. I'm a guest here. I'm also an invitee over here to this conference where you are as well. Thank you. I've got tune vanhu vari kufa right now. Hama dzedu dziri kufa kuZimbabwe. Vakomana varume mauya kunoku imimi. Saka ndanyarara iko zvino ndakumirirai. Thank you. This is an illegal matter. It's also a criminal matter. Thank you. I'm waiting here.
My young brother, I think the Honorable Speaker, he's come down here to have me.
To have?
So to have something to eat.
Yes, I'll wait for him. That's what I'm waiting for him, sir.
Maybe.
I am as you can see, I've withdrawn. I move away now. I was sitting there where you're sitting. So now I've moved away now. So we'll wait, sir. I've got Zimbabweans here who are waiting across inside Zimbabwe and around the world. Vakamirira. This is the most respected person, the highest person in the country in Zimbabwe, next to Emerson Mnangagwa.
So why are you shouting?
No, I'm not shouting.
Is it a private?
I'm not shouting, sir. I'm not shouting. I'm waiting. I'm not shouting. I'm waiting, sir.
I think it's more about the threatening than anything else. I haven't heard it.
What threat? What threat did you hear? What threat did you hear there?
Yes, I have to do that.
No. Thank you. Please don't be unreasonable. What threat? What threat did you hear? Can you tell me? Can you justify what you said?
No, what I'm simply saying that you're talking above your voice, on top of your voice. If you really want to interview Mr. Speaker, I think we need to do it in a manner that is appropriate, in a manner that you need to.
According to your allegations, I am quiet. Thank you. Yes, sir. Zimbabwe's nation around the world. We've got here Advocate Mudenda, the Speaker of Parliament. The Speaker of Parliament in Zimbabwe is in Serbia, and where I'm also a guest at the IPU. It is the Interparliamentary Union. It's the highest, the most respected body, the union of parliaments across the world. This is a crucial juncture here. This is an important matter. We've got a legal matter. It's not just a legal matter, it's a criminal matter here. I've got people who are being killed right now. And I also have with me a power of attorney from victims of violence. So I'm also featuring MDC MPs.
This is Semi Media Broadcast. This is Zemi Media, broadcasting all round the world, on the spot, on the dot. This is Zemi Media, broadcasting all round the world, on the spot, on the dot. This is Zemi Media, broadcasting all round the world, on the spot, on the dot.